It's another beautiful night for baseball at Target Field, and a new series starting tonight. The first of three between the Twins and the Cleveland Indians. Hard to beat the finale yesterday against the Chicago White Sox. The Twins scoring 4 times in the ninth inning to win the series against the first-place Chicago White Sox. The difference between being 3.5 games back or now just a game and a half back, tied with Detroit for an ever-tightening American League Central standings. And it is a nice night for baseball. Dick Bremer along with Bert Blyleven, the Minnesota Twins, facing the Chicago White Sox, taking care of business, and now approaching a part of the schedule where they hope to really take care of business.
Well, you know what? You look at the Minnesota Twins' rest of the schedule, and there are teams that they have to beat. It is a tight race, but right now the opportunity knocks. 3 against the Cleveland Indians. Then they go on the road against the Orioles and the Royals. Then they come back here for that 3-game short weekend series against the Mariners. So these are the teams that the Twins have to at least sweep. And here tonight, it's going to be Scott Baker. Baker had that cortisone shot on the elbow, about 4 or 5 days ago. He threw on the side. He said his arm feels good. Now mentally he has to go out there and do it. And Baker's always had a very strong second half. Hopefully he'll start that here tonight.
And when we come back, we'll honor one of Minnesota's 50 best, Roy Smalley. A special tribute to Roy when we come back. Ford dealer, or go to northlandford.com. And by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. As the Minnesota Twins continue to honor their 50 greatest, interesting, 4 members of the group left the Twins and came back. Rick Aguilera, Eddie Guardado, Bert Blyleven, and our honoree tonight, member of our broadcast team, Roy Smalley.
His pedigree all but predicted major league stardom. When Roy Smalley was traded to the Twins in 1976, he arrived as the son of a former major leaguer with the same name and the nephew of his new manager, Gene Mauch. Born and raised in Southern California, Smalley took to the Twin Cities as quickly as the Twins fans took to him. A franchise that had said goodbye to Harmon Killebrew and Tony Oliva and was soon to say goodbye to Rod Carew, the Twins were looking for someone to step to the plate and anchor the lineup. Smalley did that, particularly in his magical year of 1979. A torrid first half not only sent Smalley to his first and only All-Star game, he went as the fans' choice at shortstop. On an otherwise faceless roster, Smalley became the nucleus of a team that ended up saying goodbye to outdoor baseball and Metropolitan Stadium and welcomed indoor baseball at the Metrodome. Traded from the Twins in 1982, Smalley was traded back just in time. He was a key member of the 1987 World Champion Twins and finished his career winning a World Series ring. Dick Bramer, Twins broadcaster.
Twins hope to build a winning streak here at Target Field, and we'll come back with the first pitch of Game 1 between the Twins and the Indians in just a moment. The name of the game for the Twins. Tonight they look for more of the same as they try to ride the wave of momentum created from yesterday's unforgettable comeback win. And the Twins taking the field hoping that last night's or yesterday's dramatic come-from-behind win can serve as a springboard.
Well, a lot of players were talking about that. Jason Kubel remembers times that he got a big hit and got the team going, and hopefully that big comeback win hopefully will get the Twins going.
And we'll thank Manny Acton and the Indians before the first pitch for what they did to the Detroit Tigers. They swept the Tigers in a 4-game series. Here's Acta's Menard's batting order. Michael Brantley, Jason Nix. Newly brought up Carlos Santana, exciting young player for the Indians. Austin Kearns, Travis Hafner, Johnny Peralta, Matt Laporta, Trevor Crow, and Jason Donald.
And let's take a look at the Dodge Ram scouting report on Scott Baker making his 19th start, his second start against the Indians. He lost earlier this year 8-1 to the Indians. Got a cortisone shot. We talked about it in the open in that right elbow. I've had shots before, mainly in the shoulder area, Dick, and when you go out there, there's that always a little bit of thought, okay, am I going to be able to think about it? Hopefully he doesn't think about it. He throws strikes. And one thing about Scott Baker is he's been a very good second-half pitcher.
And much, much better at home, but he's not alone in that category in the Twins rotation. Strike one to Michael Brantley.
A lot of these names for the Indians you will not recognize. A lot of them are new guys from maybe, they came up a little bit last year, a little bit this year, but a lot of new faces in this Indian lineup.
Including Brantley and the next hitter, Jason Nix, and then, of course, Carlos Santana, the Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Something we might see for a while. Young, Span, and Kubel in the outfield. Valencia, Hardy, Hudson, Kadire around the infield, and Joe Mauer behind the plate.
Very good defensive ball club. 33 errors by the Twins. That's the least amount of errors of any team at the major league level.
Jason Nix, one of 5 second basemen the Indians have used this year, and he's getting a lot of playing time because he's delivered some power to an otherwise punchless lineup for the Indians. He hasn't hit for much of an average, a waiver claim from the White Sox.
Yeah, waiver claimed on waivers by the White Sox on June 25th.
A drive to left center field. Delman Young retreating, and he's there in the gap, out number 2. So a couple of quick outs here for Baker before Santana comes to the plate. Baker making his first start since July 8th. He's had the cortisone shot. The Twins have given him as much time as possible to kind of recover from that and go get him tonight.
Well, he threw on the side, over the weekend and said he felt good. Said he didn't even think about it. And hopefully that little tendonitis he has in the elbow is behind him.
Well, so much for sentimentality. The Indians a year ago had Victor Martinez as their catcher. Now they've got Carlos Santana, and they've given him Martinez's old number, 41.
Yeah, Santana, just 24 years old, a switch hitter. 5 of his 6 home runs have come as a left-handed hitter, and he came over from the Dodger organization back in 2008 when the Indians traded Casey Blake to the Dodgers. They say in Cleveland they really like this guy's swing.
And his prowess behind the plate, and it's not just his swing, his patience at the plate. Foul back. He looks like an aggressive swinger, but he has done an outstanding job as a switch hitter. In his first exposure to the major leagues, he's got 30 walks in 33 games.
Well, he's a guy, they say, because of the lack of offense behind him, that a lot of clubs have already respected this young man from the Dominican Republic as far as his hitting ability.
Down and away. And it's 2-2.
Santana from the Dominican Republic, signed by the Dodgers back in 2004. 5'11", about 190.
Full count with Austin Kearns on deck.
Well, Baker will come at the Indians with a good fastball, the curveball, changeup, very good circle changeup.
Here you look at his numbers and how he's drawn more walks than strikeouts, something you don't see from a player just going around the major leagues for the first time.
Baker just wanting to make sure what the count was.
It is 3-2. Back.
Well, Baker making his 18th start. This is also his 18th career start against the Cleveland Indian organization. 7 wins, 6 losses. But he was 0-3 when he first faced the Indians back when he first came up to the big leagues. But over his last 13 starts, he is 7-3.
And Santana works the count and gets a base hit. So the first Cleveland hit comes from Carlos Santana with 2 outs in the first. Twins baseball brought to you in Sony High Definition. And Austin Kearns will come to the plate with a man aboard.
A lot of injuries for the Cleveland Indians. Chu on a disabled list. Grady Sizemore out for the rest of the season. Asdrubal Cabrera, the shortstop. They're hoping that Chu and Cabrera come back this weekend. But they've gone through a lot of injuries.
And Kearns getting an opportunity to play for Maniaca again. They were together in Washington, and Kearns suffered through some injuries, and now that he's healthy, he's not only getting a chance to play, he's had a productive bat to the point where the Indians have him hitting cleanup.
He's got some pop in his bat, 113 career home runs. Came to spring training as a non-rostered player, made the club out of spring training.
2-0.
Kearns has never faced Scott Baker.
Cleveland cleanup hitter. And he swings the bat like a cleanup hitter. 2-1. Good rip at a 2-0 pitch from Baker and a swing and a miss. So much has happened since we last played the Cleveland Indians in early May. All the injuries you spoke of, they had a perfect game thrown against them, but they didn't. A lot of turnover. They were in a rebuilding phase to begin with, and it's taken on a completely new dimension since we last saw them. It's 2-2.
Yeah, this Cleveland Indian ball club, there are some kind of veterans like Kearns, 29 years old, but overall they have the youngest 25-man roster and the youngest 40-man roster in the major leagues. A lot of youngsters getting an opportunity to get some playing time at the major league level.
Travis Hafner on deck.
He's not one of the young ones.
No, he's not. And Baker goes with a high hard one, strikes out Kearns to end the first inning. Denard Span in the leadoff spot. Orlando Hudson hitting second. Bill Mauer third. Michael Kadire, Jason Kubel, Delvin Young the middle of the lineup. Jim Thome, Danny Valencia, and J.J. Hardy the bottom third.
And the Chief Scouting Report on a left-handed starter for the Cleveland Indians. It's Aaron Laffey, 1-3. Now he's making his fifth start. This is his 25th appearance. He started the season in the bullpen for the Cleveland Indians. Tried to get a starting job out of spring training. Started in the bullpen. And then when David Huff really struggled with, in 13 starts, 2 wins, 9 losses, an ERA over 6, they sent him down. But prior to that, they had sent Laffey down to get some starts into the minor leagues. And now he's making his 5th start here this year for the Indians. Indians
generally have pitched better over the last several weeks. And Laffey Laffey hoping to anchor a spot on the rotation. His first pitch up and in, ball one.
Yeah, Twins have seen Laffey before. He's made 8 career starts against him.
To left center field and chased by Brantley in the gap, one away. Northland fourth defense for the Indians. Trevor Crow in left. Michael Brantley in center. Austin Kearns in right. Johnny Peralta, Jason Donald, Jason Nix, and Matt Laporta around the infield, and Santana does the catching. You know, you look at the Indians in different statistical categories. They haven't hit the ball well, they haven't pitched it well, and they haven't caught it well. So it's no wonder that they have had a disappointing first half of the season.
Yeah, I mean, they did beat the Tigers, and you know, the Tigers, they say, were kind of lackadaisical in that 4-game series, but still, they beat a very good ball club. And that's what Manny Acta wants to see throughout the season, is just progression. Now, they have had a 5-game winning streak, currently on a 4-game winning streak.
Hudson takes a ball, and it's 1-1. It was Hudson's 10-pitch walk against Bobby Jenks that started the 4-run uprising last night. Checked his swing, and it's 2-1. Chopper left side. Jason Donald has it. Throws over to Laporta, 2 down. In particular, the Indian bullpen was outstanding. They did not allow a run in the 4 games to the Detroit Tigers. That's our Lincoln Mercury key stat.
Yeah, still the walks, so 10 walks for the starters, and that's one thing that they'd like to cut down a little bit. This whole staff has walked a lot of guys. There's Tim Belcher right there, the pitching coach, in his first season. Of course, last year it was Eric Wedge, and Carl Willis was the pitching coach under Eric Wedge.
Indians have walked 353 men, the most in the American League. Strike one to Joe Mauer. Mauer's average a tick below 300 as this series begins. And that's a foul ball down the left field line and into the seats.
Mauer, very good numbers against Laffey. 8 hits and 17 at-bats with a home run. That's a .471 batting average. Laffey not an overpowering lefty, kind of a crafty lefty. He'll work in a fastball that will hit 90, 91 at times, but got a big sweeping breaking ball, pretty good changeup. Does a good job of keeping the ball in the ballpark. There's that big curveball right there.
Missing inside, and it's 1-2.
He's allowed only 1 home run this year. Now again, 20 of his appearances were in relief. This is his 5th start, but only 1 home run allowed in 45 2/3 innings.
Nearly hit him. Another breaking ball inside, and it's 2-2. Of course, the Indians the last couple of years have dealt Cy Young winners Sabathia and Lee. So it figured that with those trades there'd be a vacuum in the rotation, but they've been disappointed that more players, more pitchers haven't stepped up and grabbed those spots, because there have been plenty of them available. Mauer with a hard ground ball into center field. So that'll take the batting average back over 300. Last couple weeks the Twins have had to play without Justin Morneau in the cleanup spot. And the news today, not that encouraging, according to the manager.
But he's been waking up in the mornings and feeling good, and then as the day goes along, not so good. So we're still about the same place with him, and as I said before, we're going to let him get well. So he won't be coming to the park. We'll see what the doctor says tomorrow.
Going to see a specialist tomorrow, Dr. Morgan, who also works with the Minnesota Wild and the Minnesota Vikings. And the hope is that they can find out what the problem is, and that there somehow would be a quick remedy for it.
Yeah, again, you know, Dick, and I think we've talked about this before with a concussion. You know, every time you have another one, it could get worse.
Dribbler to short, underhanded, and a low catch made by Nix at second. Each team with a 2-out single, and each team with a man left aboard in the first.
Justin, we miss you.
here right now, joined by Patrick Klinger. He's the Vice President of Marketing for the Minnesota Twins, and we're standing on Target Plaza above 394, where the second installment of the Twins Tradition Wall will be in just a few short months. Patrick, Phase 1 filled out quickly. You decided to expand. Why expand?
Well, we had literally hundreds of people looking for the opportunity to get on the first phase of the Twins Tradition Wall, but it sold out so quickly that we just couldn't accommodate them. So we found a location for Phase 2, and hopefully we'll get it installed before the end of the season and sell that one out as well.
$295 makes you a part of Twins history here at Target Field. For an extra $80, you can get a nice little replica of what your inscription will be on the Twins Tradition Wall. For complete information, visit foxsportsnorth.com. Click on the Twins tab, and you'll see a Twins Tradition Wall tab to click on right near the top of the page. Make sure you check it out. Dick and Bert, and if you got a couple extra bucks, maybe you should become a permanent part of Twins history here at Target Field.
Well, thank you, Robbie, and I think you are already out there, aren't you? Part of the tradition wall is having all the former players out there, too, right?
Right.
One strike to Travis Hafner, the Cleveland designated hitter. It's punched to left, and Delman Young plays it on a hop. Hafner aboard with a leadoff single. And so the leadoff man is on, and that'll bring up Johnny Peralta. Peralta, 7 home runs on the year, and yesterday an inside the park home run with a couple of men aboard. His first inside the park home run ever, professional, Little League, anywhere.
That was great watching that when the outfielder went back, and actually the gate for their bullpen, actually Ryan Rayburn went through the gate. Ball slicing foul right there. There it was yesterday. That's Ryan Rayburn leap, and then the gate opening up, the ball carrying him away. And by the time that Brandon Bosch could get the ball back in, Peralta, who said, you know what, I missed the last 3 games because of flu-like symptoms, and now I had to run all the way around the bases.
Not known as the fastest man in the league.
He was quicker than Benji Molina.
And Molina hit for the cycle and got a triple at the end of it to complete the cycle. 1-1 to Peralta, former shortstop turned third baseman.
That's the first inside the park home run since 2007, when Grady Sizemore had an inside the park home run.
Foul back. Roy Smalley's down by the Twins dugout, field level, and a unique angle at Scott Baker. And what are your thoughts so far on the Twins right-hander?
Guys, it looks like Scott's got a real good fastball. He can be sneaky fast anyway. He's got kind of a funny delivery, and the ball gets up on the hitter. It looks like he's got a nice fastball tonight. I would say that, Bert, you talked in the pregame show about him keeping the ball down. When he's been successful, what I've noticed is he mixes his pitches real well, and the breaking ball is down.
Right.
He throws a lot of balls like that where, I mean, that's a great miss right there. I love seeing a guy throw a ball down there, and if you're going to miss with a breaking ball, make sure that you miss below the strike zone rather than, oops, I threw it in the middle of the plate. Now, you're going to do it every once in a while, Bert, as you know. But the more you can show guys...
I never did that.
Well, I didn't mean... That was the King's you know. I mean, it's just as we all know.
Well, I mean, isn't hitting more or less changing the eye level of that hitter? If everything is up, then they see it a lot better. But if you make them change their eye level, that down and up.
Yeah, it's really true. And what I like to say is pitching and hitting is all about in and out and up and back. And what I mean by that is up meaning slow, then back again. You take some off, you put some on, you go in, you go out. But mostly down, especially with breaking balls. And that makes that high fastball, when even though you're trying to throw a fastball down also, you miss and you throw a high fastball, and that gets real sneaky up there when guys' eye level are down.
Travis Hafner took off on the 3-2 pitch, and Peralta flipped it foul. And Hafner probably about as winded now as Peralta was when he got his inside the park home run yesterday.
Hafner not known for his stolen bases ability, but he does have 1 and 2 attempts. So if he takes off here again,
he does, and it's fouled back again.
I'm going to bet that steal was on the back end of a double steal.
That might have been.
Well, that's what, I'm sure Maniac Day wants these guys to stay into each ball game, so why not try it right here? It's early in the ball game. Get that runner moving a little bit. I was watching Orlando Hudson. He was kind of going towards second base to cover the bag, so that kind of left a big hole in the right side of the infield.
Another 3-2 on the throw to first. Well, when you're hitting 246, as the Indians are, and you're hitting less than a home run per game, as the Indians are, you can run the bases with a little bit more abandon.
Yeah, why not try it? They're 12.5 games out of first place, in last place in the Central Division. 38 wins, 54 losses.
Hafner goes, and the pitch is up high. So a leadoff single by Hafner, and now Baker issues a walk, nobody out. Matt Laporta coming to the plate. You can visit the official online shop of the Minnesota Twins at twinsbaseball.com. Browse the largest selection of official gear, including the latest apparel, nostalgic memorabilia, authentic classics for the whole family. Go to the official source, the twinsbaseball.com shop, except no substitutes.
Well, a rare walk right there by Scott Baker. He had not walked a batter over his last 4 starts, and he had gone 26 consecutive innings without allowing a walk. His 20th walk of the year in 110 innings pitched.
One of the hottest hitters for the Indians is Matt Laporta, and he takes strike 1.
Yeah, Laporta finally getting a chance, I think, Dick, to relax and now play. Last year, was coming to the ballpark, was I in the lineup? They brought Russell Branyan in, and now he's in Seattle, so that kind of opens up the door for Matt Laporta to just play every day. And, that's what you want.
Laporta really plays 2 positions. He can play left field, he can play first base, and the Indians maybe did him no favors by having Austin Kearns come in, and he's been out in the outfield in a number of the starts, and then Branyan was at first base for a lot of the time, and so Laporta was looking over one shoulder and saw one veteran, looked over the other shoulder and saw the other one.
Yeah, he was a #1 pick by the Brewers back in 2007 out of the University of Florida, and he came over in the CC Sabathia trade, so Brewers had to give up some young talented kids in that trade. And this is a young man that the Brewers were very high on because they drafted him #1.
1-2 to Laporta. Baker got one ground ball out in the first. Would like to get one here and maybe get a 2-for-1. Fly ball short right field. Kubel comes in. 1 down. The guy I kind of feel for in the whole situation is Russell Branyan, who got a chance to play sparingly toward the end with Cleveland. He was dealt back to Seattle, and then the Mariners get Justin Smoke, and now he's going to be in Seattle and watch Justin Smoke play a lot.
Well, he had such a great year last year in Seattle. He probably should have just stayed there, but instead, signed with Cleveland and then got traded back over to Seattle because they're looking for some pop off their bench too.
Trevor Crowe will hit with 1 out and 2 men on.
Hey, you talked about double plays. Baker has only had 6 double plays turned behind him in his first 17 starts. He's a fly ball pitcher.
Is it too naive to think that if he was more consistent in driving that fastball down, he would get more ground balls and then presumably more ground ball double play?
I don't see a lot of movement on that fastball. It's pretty straight. Like Roy said, he's sneaky fast, so he'll pitch it up in that strike zone, and then the ball jumps on you, like when he struck out Kearns. Good high fastball. How he gets the ground ball, like that's a good fastball right there, just middle in. How he gets a lot of the ground balls is that curveball, like Roy was talking about. Keep it down. That way the hitter hits on top of that ball, might create that ground ball. 32 pitches already for Baker here with 1 out in the second inning. There, you see, he got on top of that ball, and at least when he hit it foul, it was going toward the ground. Here's that breaking ball I'm talking about right here. Watch the hitter Crowe. See, if he had hit that ball in play, that would have been a ground ball.
term I've heard Ron Coomer and others use is tilt, getting good tilt on your break.
Yeah, the angle. You want the good arm over the top angle down toward the catcher's glove, and that being Joe Mauer's glove. You want Joe to really lower that glove. Give me a good low target.
1-2. And now 2-2.
Trevor Crow getting a chance to play now, on a regular basis. A switch hitter. He's out of left field, the #1 pick by the Indians back in 2005. This is his second season with the Indians.
That's to left center field in trouble. Down for a hit. Hafner's going to wheel around third and come in to score. And it's a double, and the Indians have the first lead. Trevor Crow with an opposite field extra base hit.
And that's something that the Indians have got a lot of, and that's extra base hits. That's their 42nd straight game they have had at least an extra base hit. And you see the fastball right there. Again, not a lot of movement. And that ball right into that swing of Crow, the inside-out swing, tailed away from Denard Span. Crow gets his 12th double of the year, driving in his 23rd run.
So Jason Donald will hit now, the #9 hitter. Corner infielders even with their bases, middle infielders back. Only one out. The Indians have the game's first run. Way out in front. Strike one.
Jason Donald, another youngster, just 25 years old. He came up in the Philly organization out of the University of Arizona. He came over from the Phillies in the Cliff Lee trade. So the Indians trying to take advantage of some of this young, talented kids they got in the CC Sabathia trade, the Cliff Lee trade, also the Casey Blake trade.
Hardy scoops, fires. Oh, what a play! J.J. Hardy taking a hit away up the middle. A run scores. But a great play by the Twins shortstop.
Well, we've seen the range of J.J. Hardy going to his right and now here up the middle. We've seen him make this play before. Great range, gets it, spins, and then something on the throw right on the button to Michael Kadire. What a great throw right there for the out. Peralta scores the second run. McDonald gets his 16th run driven in.
Crow to third on the play, and here's Michael Brantley. Hit a ground ball to Hudson to start the ball game. Twins are hosting the Indians. The White Sox are playing in Seattle, and the Tigers have just tied up their ball game with Texas at 5 in the 5th inning at Comerica Park.
Well, this is the 7th game between these two teams, the Indians and the Twins, and right now the Twins lead the series 4-2.
Busted his bat, a little squibber to Hudson. That'll end the first or second inning. Indians get a couple of hits and a walk and a couple of runs in the top of the second. Downtown Minneapolis to northeast Minneapolis and Nicollet Island. The original crossing, which opened as a toll bridge in 1855, is believed to have been the first permanent span across the Mississippi River at any point. 2-0 Cleveland, bottom of the second coming up. And Jason Kubel will lead things off. Up and in, ball one. Kubel, Young, and Tomey face Aaron Laffey here in the second.
Kubel, very good series against the White Sox. 6 hits in 18 at-bats, drove in a couple runs. He got the big RBI single to get the Twins going in that 4-run ninth inning last night, or yesterday afternoon. After the walk to Hudson and the walk to Mauer.
Check swing, and it hit Kubel's bat. It's 1-2. Laffey's pitched some of the left-handed hitters up and in. Mauer in the first, and now Kubel here in the second. Mauer got a base hit. Kubel fouled off his foot. Still 1-2.
Well, Laffey again, he's a pitcher that needs to work in the fastball. Again, not overpowering, needs to hit his spots, the curveball, and then occasional changeup.
High fly, short center field. Brantley with the catch, 1 away. That'll bring up Delman Young. Young got we can't even call it a game-winning hit. It was a game-tying hit at the end of the game, and then when Alex Rios threw his hand grenade to the infield, the winning run scored.
Yeah, big hit right there for Delman Young, who continues to pick up the RBIs. Delman Young, over his last 50 ball games, hitting .344.
Outside, ball one. Lace to right center field. Great running catch by Brantley. He outran the ball. Young hit it about as hard as he can. And even though it was slicing away from the center fielder, Brantley was able to get there.
Brantley very quick out there in center field. Delman Young gets that fastball up. And the ball is slicing away from Brantley, but he just catches up to it. Nice catch right there as he dives into the turf here at Target Field.
2 down, and that'll bring up Jim Toney. Strike, the inside corner. Big swing, a foul off the mask of Santana. 2 strikes.
Of course, it was the Indians that originally signed Jim Thome. Take a look at this foul ball off the bat of Thome, right into the mask, squarely into the mask. Thome signing with the Indians back in 1989, came up in 91 with the Indians, spent 12 seasons there.
2 strikes. And inside, Santana sent up outside, and Laffey missed the inside corner. Up high, 2-2.
Laffey just 25 years old. This is his 4th season with the Indians.
And now 3-2 with Valencia on deck.
Kind of been a spot starter. You know, he came up back in 2007, made 9 starts. The next year, 16 starts. Last year, 19 starts, but spent some time out in the bullpen. This year, started in the bullpen. Tried to make that rotation out of spring training, and he started in the bullpen. Now in the rotation.
And Thome draws a 2-out walk. So in the first, Twins got a 2-out single from Mauer, and now Thome fell behind early and ends up at first with a walk. And Valencia done well, particularly at home.
Yeah, 16 for 33 here at Target Field. Let's see the high .485 batting average. Valencia with 22 hits and 66 at-bats, 3 doubles. And he's driven in 4 runs.
Down and in, ball 1.
He's played very good third base, too. He's not committed an error at third base. Valencia, this is his 24th game with the Twins.
And a strike. And he's part of the puzzle, too, as the Twins proceed, hopefully yet in the short term without Justin Morneau, but in having Michael Canayer coming into the infield and play first base rather than third, Valencia gets a chance to see some more playing time. 2-1. So often it is when a top player comes out, so much of the responsibility is put on the shoulders of one player, but in reality, it's players like Valencia that can help soften the blow of losing a player like Morneau. Canayer did it last year in September and done a nice job so far at first base again this year. 2-1. And a good eye at the plate. 3-1 with Hardy on deck.
He worked himself into a hitter's count right here. Now Laffey has to come in with a pitch that hopefully is hittable for Danny Valencia. J.J. Hardy on deck.
Three and 1. Hit well. Down the line. And foul. He hit one off the top of the fence in left center in the Chicago series. Almost hit his first home run of the year. That had plenty of distance, but pulled it just a little bit too much.
He has home run power. 54 home runs in the minor leagues. He has yet hit one. Didn't hit one in Rochester when he was down there before he got called up.
And even at that, boy, you like to see that. He worked the count, as you said. Got into a really favorable count and tried to do something really favorable with it.
Yeah, it looked like Laffey just pulled the string a little bit, and Valencia was a little out front. Jim Thome will get a head start here at first base.
3-2 to Valencia. Pop up to short right field. A long run for Kearns. He's there to end the inning. Twins get a walk from Thome. Leave him aboard. It's still 2-0. Sports North is brought to you by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. By Lincoln Mercury. Visit your local Lincoln Mercury dealer or go to experiencelm.com. And by AT&T. Find out what's possible with the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T. Rethink possible. First pitch to Jason Nix. Foul back. 1 strike. Baker pitching to Nix, leading off the 3rd inning.
Well, 40 pitches for Baker, 27 have been strikes. He needs some quick outs here. You want to get deep into the ball game. Stay aggressive in the strike zone. Make him hit the ball, hopefully at one of your defenders behind you.
Twins, of course, very cautious with their starting pitchers, especially so, I would think, in this case with Baker because of the elbow tendonitis that he had, the cortisone shot. Everything seems to be working, but I wouldn't imagine that they're going to be too aggressive with him in his first game after a cortisone shot.
Well, I'm sure between innings, Rick Anderson's probably asking him, how you feeling? Are you feeling anything at all? And hopefully, Baker's going to be honest with him and tell him whether he feels something or not.
It's almost become commonplace for players to get a cortisone shot. What's it do?
Well, it just cuts down the inflammation. He had some tendonitis in the back of the elbow. It wasn't in, the bone area where you have all your ligaments. It was in the back, and you create some tendonitis in there.
That's down the line, and a leadoff hit. That'll go for extra bases for Jason Nix. So the Indians got a couple of runs in the second inning after a leadoff single, and now they'll be working with a leadoff double.
Well, this looked like a breaking ball that Nix just went down to get. Yeah, that hung inside. Mauer wanting it away, but Nix, you could see the size of Nix. Not a big guy at 5'11", 185, but he went down and hit that ball right down the left field line, hugging the wall. Delman Young has to get it back in, and for Jason Nix, his 6th double.
That has become, to me, from what we've seen, a far trickier corner in left than it is in right. On balls like that. Now, we've talked about the overhang in right field and the different material out there that makes up the right field wall. But the angle in left is so much closer to the fence. A left fielder doesn't know whether to play the carom on that sidewall or to play the ball down into the corner as that one went.
I think any ball that's hit in that area, whether it's a carom or into the corner, Dick, is almost a guaranteed double anyway. What you don't want to do is, think you're going to play the carom, all of a sudden the ball rolls around and then it ends up being maybe a triple.
So you got to go to the corner.
Right.
And then if it hits the angled wall, then you pick it up and keep the runner at second base. A fastball and a swing and a foul, 1-2. Baker trying to pitch around the leadoff double here. Another change for the Indians since we saw them last. Mike Redmond, in fact, just last Saturday, Mike Redmond released. He was the backup catcher for the Indians.
Well, he was kind of the catcher that was catching Fausto Carmona.
2-2.
And they say Mike Redmond's last at bat in a Cleveland Indian uniform was a base hit to right field sharply, and they threw him out at first. So hopefully Mike Redmond will show up somewhere else if he wants to and not end his career that way.
Ryan Sweeney of the Oakland A's did that to him in right field. 2-2.
Well, remember, Kadire almost got Ordonez earlier this year.
Tied again. Baker really seems to be having a tough time getting the ball down.
And this is what I don't see, Dick. I see it night after night with Baker, with Slowey. You need to start missing with that fastball on top of the plate. Everything is up, up, up. There's no angle. It's just coming out of his hand pretty straight, and that's why he's already given up 4 hits. Nothing has missed down with that fastball. It's only the breaking ball that he's missed low with.
Now Baker backed up the leadoff single by Hafner in the second with a walk to Peralta in the second inning, and both men came around to score. He didn't want to fill first base here to set up Kearns and Hafner in the third inning.
Hey, Roy Smalley down there, I just mentioned about Scott Baker, everything, all his fastballs are up, and maybe Joe Mauer went out to talk to him about it, but as a hitter, you look fastball up, it's about chest high, and then you make the adjustment to the ball down. You got to change the eye level, but you also have to change it with the fastball.
Yeah, I thought you said something really, really wise there, Bert. I mean, at some point in time, you need, if you're missed, you have to miss the other side of the strike zone. And if you're trying to throw the ball down, as you know, I think he probably is, and it keeps missing up, then something's got to change. Where you say, you know what, let me hit the plate with a couple of fastballs. Just, you know, get the feeling for where the release point is, where you're throwing the ball down. What's the mechanics to get the ball down there in the zone?
The mechanic is basically show a little more back pocket. And what I mean is turn your hips a little bit more. There's a breaking ball down right there, and Santana draws a walk. So Baker falling into trouble here in the third inning on his second walk of the ballgame.
Bert, one of the great pictures of all time, I think, of pitching is the picture that we've seen around the ballpark here. It was even over at the Dome, but of you delivering a pitch, and your upper back is parallel to the ground as you're letting go, as you're releasing the ball. And you know, you could throw the ball where you wanted to because of your ability to bend over like that and have that, what you guys talk about, the angle of your arm. And if your back is not bent over like that, if it tends to be more straight up and down, it's really hard, if not impossible, to throw the ball down in the strike zone. And I know pitching coach Rick Anderson is working with Scott, has worked for 2 years on those mechanics to try and do that. They work very hard at it, but you get out there between the lines and you get the adrenaline going, and it's just like a golf swing. When you get a little pressure on you, the bad habits start coming back, even if you worked on a different swing.
But it's same as a hitter, Roy. If you're opening up and you can feel yourself open up too quick, you tell yourself, you play a game within yourself that says, you know what, keep that right shoulder in if you're a left-handed hitter, or vice versa if you're a right-handed hitter. Keep that left shoulder in longer. Allow my hands to, you know, catch up.
Well, I think that's what we're talking about, Bert. At some point in time, if you're doing the same thing over and over and over again, then you just do something, you know, radically different. You say, well, I have to get this ball down, and I'm going to figure out a way to do it. And if I miss, it's going to be way down. It's going to be below the strike zone, not above the knees.
One strike to Kearns, and a foul. Baker struck out Kearns in the first inning with a high fastball.
I guess the best way to explain it is that if I'm a hitter and I see a pitcher out there and that ball is always chest high, I see the whole ball. But if you can create that fastball to go down a little bit, now I only see the top half of the ball. Does that make sense, Dick? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's why you try to create that downward plane, not only on your fastball, but also the breaking ball.
2 strikes to Kearns. Baker sure could use another strikeout here. First out of the third inning. And Kearns takes a little low. 1-2.
That's a good fastball right there, down in the strike zone. Even though it was low, it was down. And if Kearns swings at this might be a ground ball. So that's making the adjustment right there. Now you have to repeat it.
1-2.
There we go. See?
Make it a double play. Nicely turned. Hudson Hardy to Kadire, and on the play, Nix goes to third.
And that sure looked like a fastball down, and Kearns hit it down into the ground. Take another pitch. Joe Mauer giving on a good low target, and the ball just above the knees. Good pitch right there. Baker gets the double play. That's the difference between a ball knee high to belt high. Good pitch right there by Baker, getting the double play.
And now Hafner, who punched a single to left and scored one of the 2 Cleveland runs in the second inning.
You know, it's easier said than done sometimes, but when you're out there and you're competing, that something inside of you wants to just rush. And you have to tell yourself to stay back, keep the ball down.
Well, it would help, as we saw Mauer set up down and away. You know, one of the problems that not just Baker, but we've seen Kevin Slowey have it too, the location of the pitches off, where a catcher setting up down and away as Mauer was on that pitch to Kearns, and the pitch is up and in or inside.
Yeah, if you're going to go away, you miss away.
Right.
If you're going to go in, you miss in.
Pop foul and out of play, 2 strikes.
And a good fastball right there, kind of tied Hafner up a little bit right there. It's a big out right here for Scott Baker. Indians already put 2 on the board. You don't want to give up any more. Jason Nix at third base with 2 outs.
Baker one good pitch away from getting out of this third inning after the leadoff double. And there's a fly to center. Span over, and he makes a sliding catch to end the inning. A little too much hang time. And Span's able to make the play and keep the Indians off the board in the third. Interesting homestand with the Twins losing the first in the series to Chicago, winning the next 3. While they were doing that, the Cleveland Indians were sweeping the Tigers in a 4-game series in Cleveland. Up and away, ball 1.
That's what's so great about the game of baseball. You just don't know. You would think Detroit would go in after the break and say, you know what, we're going to win 3 or 4 here. Indians have been struggling, but it's the Indians that swept the Tigers.
And it wasn't just the Indians who thought the Tigers were flat. Their manager thought they were flat. Jim Leland really upset. He says, hey, we didn't come ready to play, and that's my job. It's my fault that we weren't ready to play. Now the Rangers are going into Comerica Park. The game's still tied at 5 in the 6th. And the Rangers have lost 11 straight at Comerica Park, trying to win there for the first time in 3 years.
Yeah, and that's where Detroit has played their best baseball. They're 32-13 at home and just 16-29 on the road.
3-1 to the number 9 hitter. J.J. Hardy hitting 9th in the lineup for the Twins. The hits are coming. He's playing very steady in the field. Steadily, I guess. Whoops, that's not what Lappy wanted to do, to walk the leadoff man and the number 9 hitter, Roy Smalley. Hardy, it just seems like when the ball's hit to the left side, everybody can breathe easy because it's almost a sure out.
You know, Dick, he has the ability to go and get the ball, and then he has the ability to throw it. But watch the body control. What makes this play, sure, he gets the ball, but watch how quickly he's able to pick up, get his body under control, pick up the first baseman with his eyes, and then gun the ball. If his eyes are bouncing all over the place, and if he can't find the first baseman, he can't use that great arm. But he was so much under control. That's what made that play. That's not easy to do. It's one thing to get to it. It's another thing to be able to spin around and get your body under control so you can throw quickly and with that much on it. That was a terrific play.
Hey, Roy, in batting practice, you always see the infielders taking ground balls and stuff like that, and you did it for so many years at short. Is that something that you work on in batting practice? No, I mean, is that something that, you know, you take a lot of pride? Do you have somebody hit it that hard like he does and make that play?
There are most of those plays, Bert, you're not working on in your fielding practice. a lot of times, guys, I used to work on the jump off the ball, you know, when the guys were hitting, not the coaches hitting to me, but the guys actually hitting batting practice. And every once in a while there'd be a ball hit like that. You try to go get it and figure out how in the world you're going to get over to first base. But that's just a reaction athletic play for most guys. And J.J. Hardy does that as well as anybody I've seen.
He does a great job going to left and right. And even the ones at him, those are the ones sometimes, you know, you see guys going great to the left, great to the right, but the ones right at him, they kind of box up, and he has not done that either.
Here's Hudson with Span aboard, and Hudson takes strike one. Span rolling one to Laporta. We had to force out a second.
We had a
base.
shortstop in Cleveland when I was there, Julio Franco. He played, 40, 50 years at the major league level. But he could go to his left and right like Hardy could, but it was a ball right at him that always seemed to go underneath his legs. It's tough out there pitching, saying, okay, I've got to move this ball to his left so he can make the play. If he hits it right at him, it's going to end up in left field. Joe Charmino has to go get it, or Rick Manning.
One strike to Hudson. Checked his swing, but another called strike. 0-2.
C.B. Buckner behind the plate here tonight. There's C.B. Buckner. Guardy might let him hear him a little bit right there about that high strike zone.
And Hudson protects the plate, still 0-2. For Span, he not only is the top base stealer on the Twins and drawing some attention from pitchers, but he's also proven susceptible to being picked off. So that's going to attract even more attention from the pitcher. You get more throws over there if they think they might get you.
Yeah, Lackey's pretty quick. He's pretty quick home. There's only been one stolen base attempt against Lackey.
Trying to hit the inside corner but missed. 1-2. Aaron Laffey won a start back at the end of June, and it was his first win as a starter in nearly 2 years. But part of that because he'd spent some time in the minor leagues, been pitching out of the bullpen. 1-2 to Orlando Hudson. Checked his swing on another close pitch. 2-2.
I think Laffey wanted that call right there. Like a little cutter right here on the inner half of the plate.
Twins with just one hit so far. Twins have taken a couple of walks. And then the count runs full to Hudson. We'll see what that does to Span at first.
Well, Jerry White kind of talking over his right shoulder as Scotty Alger goes through signs on the other side of the field. But you would have to think that Denard Span's going to get hopefully a good jump right here. Got a great lead. Almost wants Laffey to throw over. It's a pretty big lead right there for Span.
He stays put, and it's ball 4. So 3 walks issued by Laffey. First and second, one away for Mauer. You can let us know who you think will be the Arby's value player of the game. Text the word value, followed by a space in the player's name to short code 234-234. J.J. Hardy right now is the top vote getter. Oh, wait a minute. Let's say 67%, 33%, 5%, and 2%. Our voters are giving 110% tonight. We like that. Mauer with a single up the middle. With 2 outs in the first.
Yeah, Mauer now 9 for 18 lifetime against Laffey with a home run, and he's driven in 4 runs. So good numbers for Mauer against the left-hander.
Nothing wrong with the scoreboard that an extra base hit wouldn't take care of. And Mauer looks back at C.B. Buckner, who called another high strike.
Well, people are talking, we've mentioned it from time to time. He hasn't hit a home run hit yet here, but he's a lot of extra base hits. He leads the Twins with 27 doubles.
1 strike to Mauer. And he takes strike 2.
2 curveballs.
I don't know about the first one, but the second one looked like a strike.
Pretty good pitch right here. You see the break right over the plate.
catch made by Crow for out number 2.
Well, he went back to the breaking ball again, and Joe had a good swing, but just got underneath it a little bit, created that fly ball out. Let's see if the Twins can get a big 2-out hit here off the bat of Michael Cuddyer.
All the good numbers climbing for Cuddyer as he again is going to have to take over at first base for Justin Morneau. Cuddyer absolutely scalded a ball in the 9th inning last night against Bobby Jenks. Speed on the bases, Span at second, Hudson at first, and 2 away. Up and away, ball 1. In the top of the 7th inning in Comerica Park, Texas and Detroit still tied at 5.
Since June 30th, Cuddyer hitting .351 coming into this ball game with a couple home runs, and he's driven in 8 runs.
And early on, he looked to be the guy that embraced this new ballpark more than any in terms of hitting home runs. But as you said yesterday, it's been, almost 2 months since he's hit one here.
Yep. So Laffey can hang him a breaking ball here.
2-0 to Cuddyer. Oh, it's one breaking pitch after another, isn't it?
Well, he changes speeds with it. He has that little cutter and then the curveball. Cuddyer's last home run here came on May 8th when Baltimore was in town.
Oh, good heavens, that's 2.5 months. Drilled but fouled. Somebody with a glove made a nice catch.
Yes. High fives, high five.
Two and 2 to Cuddyer. Foul tip, and Santana hangs on, and the Twins can't do anything with the 2 walks issued in the 3rd inning.
Paul Sampson, a fantasy camper. 55, like he's crossing it out like he's old.
Grand Casino story of the game with Cleveland leading 2-0.
Yeah, Trevor Crow with that RBI double in the 2nd inning where the Indians took a 2-0 lead. Scott Baker starting his 4th inning of work, 56 pitches.
Peralta, Laporta, and Crow to face Baker here in the 4th. Down and away, ball 1. Peralta walked and scored in the 2nd inning. Baker gave up a couple of hits, a couple of runs, and a costly walk in the 2nd inning. And he misses again, 2-0.
Peralta in his 8th season with the Indians. First came up in 2003. Hit his 100th Major League home run earlier this year.
We've told you Baker had a cortisone shot in the elbow. You were talking what's involved with that. Those things hurt. The shots themselves?
Not really. I mean, the needle's huge. I love watching it. I used to.
Oh, come on.
I used to watch it. I could still, if I got a shot today on my shoulder, I could. Right there is where I got all my injections. Right there on my shoulder. I don't have much of the labrum left, but it hit right in there. If I were to talk, if I went to Dr. Steve's right now and say, give it to me right there. So I don't have any labrum left. So that's where the cortisone went in, and it just cuts down the inflammation because the elbow, the shot that Baker got was right here at the back of the elbow.
Big long needle like that.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, I think that they start in here to just get it in there.
Yeah,
it's huge.
I mean, so huge. Like to do it in the left shoulder, they stick it in the right shoulder and go all the way through.
They'll go in your ear, yes, sometimes. I think the one that I enjoyed the most is when they shot the dye into your shoulder, and you get to watch it on the screen how the dye goes actually, through your veins and all that stuff and all your muscles and pretty.
Now, why did you enjoy that?
Because I find that interesting.
You do?
Yeah, it's my body. Look what they're doing to it.
And that'll bleed through the left side, and Peralta's aboard with a leadoff hit. You can ask a question of us online, anything anatomically or biologically that we can answer up here. Today's question that comes from Mary Rogers from Chanhassen. Which team has the youngest roster in the majors?
Yeah, I think we touched on that earlier, and that is the Cleveland Indians. Not only on the 25-man roster, on the 40-man roster now for Maniacta. There they are, at average age of 26.6.
It sounds familiar. What was it 10 years ago when the Twins had the 17 rookies and they went through something pretty similar? Might get another double play here. Hardy to Hudson. And that takes care of the leadoff single, 2 down.
And on one pitch, too, and that's what you want right there. Laporta hitting the ball sharply, but right to J.J. Hardy. Just like I said, you know what? These are the ones that shortstops, they have to catch. This is a routine play right here, and J.J. Hardy made it look routine. So the Twins turn their second double play in as many innings.
Trevor Crow will hit. You know, we mentioned the Twins went through a similar phase about 10 years ago when it was Koski and Guzman, Minkiewicz, Rivas, Pierzynski, that whole bunch. What you hope for is not all of them being major league ready or major league players that can have an impact at the big league level. Just enough of them. And then you can fill in behind them. You can backfill and fill out your starting 9. But you look back at that crew the Twins had about 10 years ago, and it was amazing how many of them are still playing and had a major impact with the Twins and then beyond. Guys like Pierzynski, Christian Guzman, still playing shortstop for the Washington Nationals.
I think it says a lot about the organization of the Twins, the way they brought them up under Tom Kelly or, the coaching staff.
And Trevor Crow drops one in front of Valencia for a bunt single. So Crow with an RBI double, now a bunt single. Jason Donald will hit, but first, how did Target Field get built? You can learn some of the great inside stories into the design and construction process of the Twins' great new ballpark. Target Field, the new home of the Minnesota Twins, has hit the shelves at the Twins merchandise outlets and at twinsbaseball.com. Book authored by Steve Berg, and it's a great look, great pictures, the whole story of Target Field, and a must for baseball fans. And you can purchase it at Twins merchandise outlets and twinsbaseball.com.
You know what? I do not like that play right there. 2 outs, a bunt, and Roy, you probably feel the same way.
Oh, Bert, I can't stand it. That's a here. Let me get myself a single, and then Donald, the ninth hitter, you try to hit a double, extra base hit to drive me in. That play only works with 2 out, and you bunt single if you're going to steal second base. If you know you can steal second, that's one thing. But get yourself in scoring position with 2 out. Hit your own double. Don't get a bunt single and then make somebody else drive you in. I don't like it. Does it sound like I don't like it?
No, I'm glad you said that because you're the hitter. You know, I mean, you probably had situations you could have laid down a bunt. You know, rather than hit 298, you would have hit 304 or whatever by doing that. But no, with 2 outs, you try to get in the scoring position.
Absolutely right, and you can if you can steal second. I mean, that's one thing for Denard Span to get a bunt hit if he knows he can steal second base on the next pitch. But, you know, to be an 8th hitter and get yourself a hit with 2 out for the 9th hitter to have to get an extra base hit to drive you in rather than a single, I don't like it.
Well, Roy, as a pitcher, that's in the back of my mind next time he comes up. He wants to get on first real bad.
You got a good way for him.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even have to bunt.
Doesn't even have to swing the bat.
Yeah, he doesn't have to run real hard down the first either.
No.
Won't be able to.
I hope not.
It's a little tougher to get down there with your knee throbbing. Is that the idea?
Well, your rib cage.
1-1 to Jason Donald. Just looking it up, Crow does have some extra base power. He's got 11 doubles, 3 triples, and a home run on the season.
Well, could the argument be, say, you know, I mean, here's a number 9 hitter. If Donald does make an out, then you have the leadoff hitter leading off the next inning. Does that make a point?
Crow's got 10 stolen bases, so that's why Baker's keeping an eye on him.
But I agree with Roy. You know, maybe with 1 out or nobody out, you do that, but not with 2 outs. You better steal or try to.
Well, he started to, and now a ground ball to third. Valencia has it. Set and Kanier can't dig out the low throw. So Valencia had all the time in the world, but he delivered an off-target throw, and the inning will continue.
Now, the first error of the year for Danny Valencia at third base, and it was a routine play. He had plenty of time to make a good throw, and he just kind of maybe held on to that ball a little bit too long or tried to guide it over there. And you can see set, and then the throw a little bit low, and Kanier unable to pick it. So the inning continues with a couple runners on and 2 outs.
And here's Michael Brantley. A couple of ground balls to Orlando Hudson so far. And then ball 1.
And I don't know if Roy's on him or not, but this is the point of a ball game right here that as a former pitcher, I say, I'm going to pick up my third baseman right here. This is the only time sometimes I have a chance to pick up my defense because, like Span was diving all over the place. So you got guys diving all over the place. J.J. Hardy made a great play. I got a chance right here as a pitcher to pick up Danny Valencia.
1-0 to Michael Brantley. And now 2-0.
Damn.
And that has to be your mindset. Roy, I know that you've got the mic in your hand down there.
I got to tell you, Bert, as defensive players, we knew you felt that way too. We know the pitchers that do feel that way. And, you know, guys are going to make errors, but they're trying, you know, as hard as they can all the time to help the pitcher. And when you know the pitcher's got that attitude about your back, it makes a big difference.
And Baker comes inside, hits the corner, 2-1.
And that's a good team thing. That's a good way to think as a pitcher. You know, I mean, that guys. Heck, when I pitched, my outfielders were always diving all over the place. Sometimes over the fence they were diving. But, you know, you got a chance to pick them up right here and see if Scott Baker's able to do that.
Two and 1. And now 3-1 with Jason Nix on deck.
Well, Brantley, a youngster, only 22 years old. A September call-up last year. He came into this game only hitting 151. You got to make it swing the bat right here.
And a walk will load the bases. So Baker has issued 1 walk in each of the last 3 innings.
And Rick Anderson on his way out again.
And Valencia feeling about 2 cents worth right now, and he crawls up on the mound too. Gets a pat on the back from J.J. Hardy. I mean, you got a rookie who's just made his first error, and the last thing he wants is for it to cost the his team a crooked number.
Right, that's where as a pitcher you pick him up. At 3 walks today for Scott Baker. It's the 4th time he's walked 3 in a ball game, and he's never walked 4. Jeff Manship starting to loosen up.
So it's hardly been a smooth ride for Baker. He faced just 4 men in a scoreless first. But then the Indians got a couple in the second. Pitched around a leadoff double and follow-up walk in the third. Couple of hits, one of them a bunt single, a walk and error. 75th pitch coming up for Baker, and it comes to Jason Nix, who doubled his last time up. And Valencia, who had the double go by him, down the third baseline over his head and into the corner, playing pretty closely to the line at third base. Popped up, a foul ball, and out of play. White Sox tried to send Nix through waivers. Indians looking for anybody with talent who is on the other side of the age of 30. And Nix qualified. They picked him off. And he's gotten some big hits for the Indians.
He's a scrappy little player. You know, utility type player, can play a lot of different positions.
A little bit low. Mauer holding it a little bit. Didn't get the call. 1-1.
Yeah, Nix originally the Rockies, Colorado Rockies #1 pick back in 2001. Take a look at this last pitch.
C.B. Buckner's called a lot of high strikes, and that one had plenty of the bottom third of the.
Might have surprised him because Baker's been up the whole game.
That's deep to left.
Oh, we got a man there.
Young back and ends the inning. That was close.
Didn't quite get it.
Indians leave the bases full in the 4th, and Jason Kubel will lead off the Twins' bottom of the inning. Cleveland's Joe Carter hit 3 home runs against the Twins as the Indians beat Minnesota 10-1. It was the 4th career 3 home run game for Carter, and that tied Lou Gehrig's American League record. And Carter was the 10th opponent to do it. Since then, 12 more have done it. There have been 22 occasions where an opponent has hit 3 home runs against the Twins. There have only been 4 times when a Twins player has done it. And the only time since 1973 was Justin Morneau, who did it 3 years ago.
We see Shelley Duncan coming into the ball game, now playing in right field. So Austin Kearns coming out of the ball game.
Last time Kearns was involved in any activity was when he bounced into the double play in the 3rd inning. Kubel takes inside, 2-1. Each team with 13 pitchers, which means Maniacta has just 3 bench moves to make. That's down the line and into the corner. Kubel around first, on his way to second. And he's aboard with a leadoff double. The ball rolling away, but Kubel will stay at second base.
Well, second hit of the ball game off of Aaron Laffey. And Kubel lining it over the head of Laporta into that right field corner.
You know, last year Kubel hit 300 and he hit 28 home runs. He's probably not going to hit 28 home runs, but the way he's hitting after a very frigid start, he may end up hitting 300 again. Here's Delman Young. Smoked one to right center field. A nice running, tumbling catch by Brantley in the gap. Took a hit away from him in the second. Outside, ball 1. No, the Indians didn't do anything with their leadoff double in the third. We'll see what the Twins can do with theirs here in the fourth. High fly to left. And deep.
Get out of here.
It's in the ballpark. Kubel has to retreat to second. It's no catch. Kubel is safe at second. He did not advance. And Young is aboard with a single. Ron Gardenhire is going to call for a home run and a review. Kubel wasn't sure whether that ball was caught or not. He did, I think, the smart thing by retreating to second base.
That ball was hit high. Trevor Crowe went up. And the fans on left field kind of indicating that it hit maybe into that plant area.
And I think we're going to have a review here with Kerwin Danley calling for a meeting.
Yeah, Delman, that uppercut swing. Watch Crowe go back right here. He's trying to time his leap perfectly. Oh, no, it stayed in the ballpark.
Beyond that,
yep.
If they do review it, they can call an out, I believe. No, the ball was grounded against the wall, wasn't it?
The ball popped out of his glove. Yeah, I mean, very good base running by Jason Kubel.
Now, they can review as to whether it's a home run or not, but I don't believe they could, under those circumstances, rule Young out. And they are going to go ahead and take a look at it. But, you know, Kubel saw the ball pop out.
Yeah, it looked like it hit the wall and then, you know, off his glove.
But Kubel, playing it safe, did the right thing rather than getting doubled off second.
Yeah, made contact with the wall, so even, you know, if it hit his glove first and then popped straight up and not without hitting the wall, then it's an out.
Here's the home run replay review rules. And by the time you read all that, the umpires will be back on the field.
Managers cannot demand a replay review. They can request it.
That's right.
But they cannot demand it.
Well, I think that everybody did it, handled their situation correct here. The umpires are reviewing it, and it looked like it could have been a home run, but wasn't. Kubel held his water, stayed at second base, and right there with the ball hitting the wall, that means it's a dead ball. It can't be caught. Or not a dead ball, but it's grounded against the fence.
Right there, right. So it should be a single, hopefully for Delman Young, just a long single.
I was just curious how Crowe played that. He was playing on the front of the warning track and then went back to it, and it looked like if he'd actually gone back to the wall and stood up against it, he'd have been able to catch it.
Well, I think what he was thinking was that ball was going to be right on the border of that fence, and I've got to jump up to get it.
Right.
That's tough to judge because of the height that ball was, and then that ball drifting the way it did. So we'll see what Dana DeMuth is the crew chief here.
They're saying it was runners at first and second.
You know what? It was right because they all got together, all four of them, and then they said, okay, what did you see? And I'm sure if maybe You know, the third base umpire, Kerwin Danley, said, you know what, I wasn't sure. Okay, let's go review it. Right. And I got the call right.
And the base umpires went, and home plate umpire C.B. Buckner stayed on the field. So now, first and second, nobody out, and here's Tomey. Drew a walk against Laffey his first time up.
So it is a long single for Delman Young. The Twins get their third hit.
Breaking ball missing, up and in.
Laffey's going to leave one of those breaking balls. He's been throwing the left-handed hitters a lot of those breaking balls. He's going to leave one out over the plate. Because he's starting to get at him. That one there is away.
Oh, good heavens. He called the check swing a strike. Tomey looked back at him in disbelief. Oh, that's close. 1-1. And Tomey keeps that ball around home plate after he kicked away from Santana.
Yeah, Santana, good job of blocking that ball right there. So 3 straight breaking balls to Jim Tomey.
Two and 1 to the Twins' designated hitter. And a fastball. 2-2.
I think even that was that cutter right there at 82.
Yeah. Twins with a couple of hits, but a single to the outfield wall that did not advance Kubel. And a foul. Still 2-2. Two and 2 to Tomey. Jerry White on the line.
Yeah, that was a hanger right there, and Tomey just got out a little out in front of that one.
Valencia on deck. Another bouncer up the line. Tomey's last home run coming on the 3rd of July. Here trying to get the Twins on the board, down 2-0. Up and in, and Tomey having the type of plate appearance he had back in the second inning when he fell behind early and ended up working the count full and walking. Full count with nobody out and Valencia on deck. Got him. One away.
It looked like I went back to that breaking ball, the hard cutter, and Tomey swung through it. Look at the pitch right here. Just a little cutter at 82 miles an hour.
Down the middle of the plate. Well, here's Valencia. It'll fly ball to right. Prior to that, he pulled one deep down the left field line that was about 20 feet foul. Outside ball 1. Well, the Twins have had a base runner aboard in every inning. This is the second inning in a row where they've had a runner as far as second base. Kubel got them early with his leadoff double. 2-0. And now Laffey's pitch count starting to mount. Over 70 pitches thrown. You see it from time to time. Young pitchers, maybe even veterans, guilty of it. You have a big at bat, a big matchup, and you win the battle against Jim Thome, and then somehow you lose your focus on the next batter.
Well, he's already walked 3 in a ball game. And now it's 4.
So they're loaded up now for J.J. Hardy.
Well, I mentioned before, that's one thing that has hurt this pitching staff of the Indians, too many walks. Tim Belcher coming out to the mound to talk to his left-hander.
Hardy drew a walk his first time up against Laffey. He'll come up now with the bases loaded and 1 out.
There's a guy right there had a very good baseball career, Tim Belcher. A lot of great years with the L.A. Dodgers.
The original team that drafted him, the Minnesota Twins. And he did not come to financial terms with the Twins. A lot of people didn't back then.
Yeah.
And Belcher went on and had a great career, as you said.
Jensen Lewis starting to loosen up in his bullpen.
You said the Cleveland bullpen was outstanding against Detroit. They didn't give up a run in the 4 games. But that said, I don't think Maniaca wants to turn to his bullpen in the 4th inning here tonight.
Right. Well, Laffey right here. Walked J.J. Hardy in the 3rd inning, facing a guy that's been swinging a hot bat since he's come back from the disabled list.
Coming up at a big spot here with the tying run at second. Have a 1 out. That gets away from the catcher. Safe at the plate. Kubel scores. Everybody moves up. And it's a 2-1 ball game. It is not, and we were almost reminded here, it is not an absolute advancement for the runners with this short backstop here.
And with that limestone right there, where that ball might be able to bounce back toward the plate. It got away from Santana. You can see where that ball carried him back toward the infield. And Kubel taking off right here. Lackey there to cover the bag, but also dropping the ball.
So a run scores. Ground ball double play taken off the boards.
They give Santana a pass ball. Allows Kubel to score and the other runners to advance.
1-1 to Hardy. Pass ball, all right. And Hardy trying to lift one to the outfield to at least get this game tied up. 1-2, and a mighty swing and a miss at a 76-mile-per-hour pitch.
Yeah, breaking ball right there with the infield playing back. Hardy also has that chance just to get the ball by the pitcher on the ground. See the big swing right there.
1-2. Crack to the first baseman. And Laporta goes to the bag, and Young stays at 3rd.
He snuck that fastball by him at about 86, 87. And Hardy just a little bit tardy. Hits that ground ball to first.
And now Spank will try to pick up Hardy. Span with a fly to center. And then he hit a ground ball to Laporta in the 3rd. Outside, ball 1. Span with 39 runs batted in, trying to pick up a pair here in the 4th. Drops down a bunt, and Santana will throw him out easily. So the Twins do get 1, but they leave 2 in scoring position. It's 2-1.
There you go. You are hereby circled. Hi, Daddy. Get well. Yes. Yes, sir. Get well soon.
Well, Scott Baker has struggled through most of the 4 innings. He's out there in the 5th facing Carlos Santana.
I think you have to remember, too, Baker has not been out there since July 8th, so he's going to be a little rusty. And this will be, these last couple innings are the test for Baker to see if that tendonitis flares up again. He's left some pitches up. He's given up 6 hits to the Indians, but only the 2 runs in the 2nd inning. Able to work out of that bases loaded situation last inning. And he's thrown a lot of pitches in a short amount of time.
Foul back. And it's 1-1. It'll be Santana and then Duncan. We have not received word, I don't think, as to why Austin Kearns left the ballgame.
Not yet, no.
And then Travis Hafner will hit here in the 5th. Tigers have tied up the Rangers at 6, bottom of the 8th at Comerica Park. It's down the left field line, and Delman Young will chase it. Boy, that ball jumps off his bat, and that's off of Young's glove, a fair ball, and Santana goes to second base. Now that looked like a little pop foul fly down the line, and it nearly carried out of the ballpark.
I think you saw the strength of that young man right there. Again, he's built pretty solid, 5'11", about 190. And he gave that ball a ride right down that left field line where it's 339 here at Target Field. That fastball, little movement, but goes the other way. Delman going into that corner that you talked about earlier, Dick. And the ball hits off his glove right in the corner.
And I think they've given Young an error.
Well, they gave him a base hit.
There's a Twins error on the board.
That was Valencia.
There's a drive to right. And the Indians have a threat going here. Yeah, Valencia's a poor throw across the diamond. So Baker was able to get out of a mess in the 4th, leaving the bases full. But now quickly here in the 5th, the pop fly double and now a single, 1st and 3rd, nobody out. There haven't been many swings and misses for Baker. Kearns struck out in the 1st inning. That's Baker's only strikeout. And now Travis Hafner. So Duncan aboard with a base hit to right. The Twins will play back, see if they can get another double play ball from Baker with Hafner at the plate.
He's had 2 double plays turned behind him the last couple innings.
Hafner singled to left, scored in the 2nd, hit a fly ball to Span to end the 3rd. Down low, ball 1. Alex Burnett warming up in the Twins pen. Now 2-0. Now it looks like Baker is showing signs of a pitcher who hasn't pitched in a week and a half.
Well, the fatigue factor might be there for Baker, but he started that from the 1st inning on. Everything has been up in the strike zone. He just really hasn't established much. Fastballs up, breaking balls down.
2-0 to Hafner. It's a foul ball, and Valencia has room. So that's a big out on a 2-0 pitch to get Hafner for the 1st out.
Well, he went back inside right there, and Hafner pretty much got himself out. So a big out right there for Baker and the Twins.
Quest high-speed pitch brought to you by Quest high-speed internet.
Well, Aaron Laffey clocked as high as 87. Baker at 93. Now that double play right really come in handy right here. We get Johnny Peralta to hit a sharp ground ball. Twins defense looking for that double play ball.
Peralta walked and scored in the second. Led off the fourth with a single. Outside, ball one. Breaking ball, gets a swing and a miss.
That's what he needs right here. He needs a couple more swings and misses. Get a strikeout. Baker won with one strikeout that game against Austin Kearns to end the first inning.
First and third. Baker got a double play grounder in the third, another one in the fourth, trying to get one here in the fifth. Down and in.
Peralta has struck out 64 times so far this year, the most of any Indian. Always been a pretty good fastball hitter.
And he hits that one to left. Delman Young with a nice running catch. His throw will go to second base. It'll be a sacrifice fly scoring Santana, and it's 3-1.
Peralta driving in his 43rd run. He leads the Indians in that department with the most RBIs now with 43.
We'll bring up Matt Laporta. You realize that this time of game on Saturday, we were on our way home already? And we're in the top of the fifth. Laporta with a fly to right, and then he bounced into the double play in the fourth. Fouled straight back. Come back from a layoff, the cortisone shot and all that. You need to take a baby step back in your first game back.
Well, it becomes more of a mental thing, Dick, but you know what? He looks like his velocity's there. We got him in the quest to high speed at 93, so that's there. I think his control is off because Baker usually doesn't walk a lot of guys. Again, he came into this ballgame not walking anybody over his last 4 starts, and then nobody over his last 26 innings.
So base hit to right, the inning will continue. So first and second, 2 down. Trevor Crowe, who already has a couple of hits, will have another opportunity here in the fifth.
What I haven't seen from Baker is that lively fastball, because that's where he gets a lot of strikeouts. But if you're not, have that little extra, and then you leave that ball right there, the major league hitters are going to hit it hard somewhere. Baker's given up 9 hits to the Indians. We've seen Baker get a lot of strikeouts on that high fastball, but he's got that little bit of giddy up on it.
Right, that's what I was saying. We just haven't seen hardly any swings and misses other than Kearns in the first inning. Well, Baker faced 4 men in the first, 6 men in the second, 4 in the third, 6 in the fourth, and this will be the 6th batter he faces here in the 5th inning.
And a lot of pitches, 91 pitches, so I'm sure that Rick Anderson and Ron Gardenhire are hoping he gets his final out right here.
Do 2 things. If he can get him right here, he completes 5 innings, 3 earned runs allowed. Not great, not terrible. But he would also qualify for a win if the Twins can come back and get a few runs in the bottom of the inning.
And you'd rather have your reliever start an inning than come into a tough situation.
1 strike to Trevor Crowe. Crowe with a double, driving in a run in the second, and then the bunt single that nobody seemed to like with 2 outs in the 4th inning.
Too many pitches all 5 innings so far. You'd like to average between 12 and 16. He did it a couple times, but just too many pitches. And he's not aggressive on the mound either. We saw that Chicago series. Their pitchers were just very aggressive. Here, looked like a changeup right there, and
third hit for Trevor Crow, and it's 4-1.
He just reached out and hit it into center field, and he picks up his second RBI, and that brings out manager on Gardenhire.
So Baker will be taken out here. He's given up a couple of runs in the fifth. Santana's fly ball bouncing out of the glove of Delman Young, and the Indians taking advantage of it to score a couple of runs in the fifth. So Baker comes off, and Burnett will come into the ball game with men on base in the fifth.
But, you know, he just didn't have it. Alex Burnett coming in, trying to get out of this situation with a couple runners on and 2 outs, making his 35th relief appearance. Yeah, Baker threw 94 pitches in 4 2/3 innings. So he cannot be happy at that performance.
10 hits, including 4 of them here in his final inning of work, where he was only able to get the 2 outs. Number 9 hitter Jason Donald. Donald drove in a run with a ground ball. Great play by J.J. Hardy, who got it out on a ball that was hit up the middle. Looked like it was going to score 2 runs, and only 1 run scored. So it's 4-1 Cleveland. 2 on and 2 out. And Burnett check swing, ball 1. And Burnett had a tough time in the Chicago series. Looking to stabilize this game and his month of July. Fouled off a leg. 1-1. Burnett came out of the pen when Slowey had a short start. Just 3 innings pitched in the opening game of the Chicago series. Walked a couple, gave up a couple of hits and 3 runs. Actually pitched okay in the 4th inning, got out of a jam, and then walked the Quentin, Kotze, and Pierzynski got hits, and it ended up being a kind of an ugly inning for the Twins.
Well, he's had a little trouble with his control of his fastball as of late. He's got a sharp slider, mixes in a curveball, occasional changeup.
Well, there you go. He tries to get ahead 1-2, and instead it sails down and in 2-1. Donald, the 7th man to bat here in the 5th. Top of the 9th at Comerica Park, tied at 6. Foul back. 2-2.
Jason Donald, he was the runner when Galarraga almost had that perfect game. He was called safe at first base. Jason Donald in his rookie season got called up when Asdrubal Cabrera ended up fracturing that left forearm, and Johnny Peralta fell on him.
Jammed him with a little dribbler up the line foul. Still 2-2. Ron Gardenhire has said that he would like to back off from 13 pitchers, get back to 12. Burnett has been with the team all year long. He's just had a couple of rough spots. When you look at the players on the roster, Jeff Manship was warming up before. He was just added after a slow short start on Thursday.
With the short start of the starters, it's hard, Dick, because they brought up Jeff Manship mainly to be one of those guys like Alex Burnett that can pitch maybe 2 or 3 innings. You have Jesse Crane, he's been pitching great, but you don't want to overuse him. You got Matt Guerrero, the 8th inning guy. You have Mayhay, but Mayhay once in a while will go 2 like he did the other day. So you need a long guy right now because of the lack of the innings by the starters.
There's a liner to left with the runners going, and the Indians will get another run. So this unsightly 5th inning continues with 3 straight 2-out hits.
Donald picking up a base hit, picking up his 16th RBI, his 2nd RBI of the ball game, now 17th of the year. And on a 3-2 pitch, fastball right there, and Donald doesn't miss it. Over the head of J.J. Hardy. That run charged to Scott Baker as Laporta scores from second base.
5 hits in the inning. So far, 3 runs. And here's Michael Brantley. Ron Mayhay warming up. We saw Manship before. And then the bullpen itself is in transition. Apparently, one of the key guys, Brian Dunsing, being converted to a starting pitcher, or so the rumors are. And so you take one of your longer relief guys and you take him out of the equation. Well, someone needs to fill in behind him.
Yeah, that's why I think Manship was called up, to be in that situation. As Dunsing, they're trying to stretch him out a little bit. And stretching out meaning throwing more pitches in a game. He threw 47 pitches yesterday. Ended up getting the win in that game against the Wild finish, the White Sox.
Called strike, and it's 2-1. Inning started with a fly ball off the bat of Santana right down the line. It bounced out of Delman Young's glove. Since then, the Indians have been pecking away with 4 hits. And they've scored 3 more runs here in the 5th.
Well, these are the teams, again, the Twins have to look at the schedule and say, is it soft? Well, you can't take these teams for granted. The Indians, the Orioles, the Royals, and the Mariners. 13 games played over the next 13 days. And, the Twins, these are the teams you have to sweep or at least win 2 or 3.
2-2. And now 3-2. Jason Nix, a right-handed batter. Mayhay warming up, but I don't know that Ron Gardenhire, Rick Anderson going to have a choice to make here if Burnett comes in and walks the bases full. So again, with a full count, the runners will take off early. And this one lifted foul. on the field for a long time tonight.
You know, one thing we saw in that Chicago series, the pitchers work quick, they threw strikes, they're aggressive. I think they brought the crowd more into play. Where,
right.
You know, Baker I think he put this crowd to sleep. And now A.J. Burnett's doing the same thing. And if you put the crowd to sleep, then how do you think your players feel behind you? Roy Smalley's probably sleeping in the camera well down there. No, he's waving. He's up.
Burnett again on 3-2 to Michael Brantley. Brantley walked his last time up. And another base hit will score another run. So Burnett having a tough time getting the third out. And it's a 4-run inning. And the hits bad enough, but when they come with the count full and 2 outs, the runners get early starts.
Oh, that base hit right there by Brantley. Now every starter has at least one hit, or not every. Excuse me, Austin Kearns was 0 for 2, but Sheldon Duncan came in and got a hit this inning. And a 3-2 pitch right back up the middle, almost through Burnett. Span gets it back in. And Trevor Crowe scores from second base.
Ron Gardenhire coming out, his back feeling well enough to come out and make pitching changes. It's not his back that is concerning him right now. It's going to the bullpen and not getting much relief work here in the 5th. The first wall sold out last summer. You should act quickly. Visit twinsbaseball.com or call 877-TWIN-WALL to purchase your place on the Twins tradition wall.
It's pretty nice right there, isn't it? I mean,
very nice.
That's your name in there forever.
You come to a ball game and you go out in the plaza and see where your family name is or your name is.
Well, it's an ugly 5th inning so far here for the Twins. Hopefully Ron Mayhay can put a stop to this inning, making his 31st relief appearance.
He'll face Jason Nix. Not the ideal matchup. Mayhay usually brought in to face a left-handed batter, but Burnett gave up a couple of long at-bats and RBI singles. And now Mayhay delivers low.
Yeah, Mayhay last worked on Thursday night here against the Chicago White Sox. 2 shutout innings through 27 pitches.
One and 0. Half swing and a strike. It's interesting, we have not seen yet in the second half Jose Majares. In a 4-game series with the White Sox, he never got in the game once. Dunsing unavailable for play, and Mayhew getting the first left-handed call out of the bullpen. The Twins saving Majares. They hope for a key matchup here later in the ballgame. Bottom of the ninth at Comerica Park. Texas and Detroit tied at 6. 1-1. And round 1 and 2. And they're underway at Safeco Field already. The White Sox opening up a series against Comerica. 2 in the second for the Indians and 4 so far here in the 5th. Two and 2.
Mayhew, 39 years old, in his 14th season at the major league level. First came up to the big leagues with the Red Sox back in 1997. Converted outfielder, started pitching back in 96.
The 37th pitch thrown by a Twins pitcher this inning. To left and down for another hit. And the Indians hang up a 5 spot here. And the only extra base hit was the fly ball down the left field line that started the inning.
Well, Nix picks up his second hit of the ball game, driving in a run. His 16th of the year.
So the 10th man to bat, Santana, who hit the little, what we thought at the time was a little foul fly down the line, but it went for an opening double. Seven to 1. Santana hasn't been retired yet. He's a switch hitter, so he'll hit as a right-handed batter against Mayhew.
Santana's a right-handed hitter, hitting just 176. One of his 6 home runs coming from the right side of the plate.
Set was surprising about how far he hit that ball. He hit it as a left-handed batter down the left field line, and it was a very high fly ball that nearly cleared the fence. 1-1. Front of the off-speed pitch, and it's 1-2. Indians hosting the division second place team, the Detroit Tigers, sweeping them in Cleveland, and they're off to a good start against the other team that was a game and a half back.
One thing the Indians have done this year, they have struggled on the road. 17 wins, 32 losses on the road. We'll tell them here tonight.
Two and 2. And another full count. And the Twins have been out in the field for about a half an hour here in the top of the 5th. Jeff Manship, who warmed up back in the 3rd inning, I believe it was. Now warming up again here in the 5th. And Santana might have swung a ball 4. And again, the runners get a chance to leave early. 43 pitches thrown by 3 different Twins pitchers here this inning. And Burnett and Mayhay now have had full counts with 3 of the 4 hitters they faced. Going to the 10th in Detroit, tied at 6. And another foul pop. I can hear the murmur of the crowd, but I think you're right. The whole tempo of the game has kind of subdued the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, Baker, just the way that he went about his business here tonight, just I think he brought this crowd to a silence and kind of a numb feeling. Stay fair. There you go, Joe. Get him out.
And that'll end a very long inning, and the Indians pile on 5.
There, now they are. There they are.
And they are for Betty Schmidt-Burt. How about this? Betty's celebrating her 90th birthday tonight here at Target Field. She comes all the way from Redwood Falls, and she's got 2 kids and a son-in-law here as well. And Betty, you having fun tonight, even though the Twins didn't have a good last half inning?
Absolutely.
And Bert just circled you. Is that a good birthday present?
I bet it is. You bet.
Okay, any message for Bert?
Oh,
I love you.
I watch him every night, so I enjoy him.
She enjoys you, Bert. There you go.
She is hereby circled, and happy birthday, young lady.
We'll see if the Twins can get off the mat here in the 5th inning. It's kind of an exhausting night here. They've been fooled by Aaron Laffey and his variety of off-speed pitches. Tap foul, 2 strikes quickly to Hudson.
You know, he's a pitcher. That's what he needs to learn to be, because he's not overpowering. He needs to get the breaking ball over, which he's been able to do. He's picked up a couple strikeouts. Yes, he's walked 3 guys, but he worked out of that situation last inning in the 4th inning and only allowed 1 run when Kubel led off with a double, and then Delman Young hit that high fly ball. There's only a single off that wall. Just a bit outside on that last pitch. There's a catcher. You say, okay.
Foul back. Well, Laffey, if he can complete the 5th inning here, is in position to pick up another win. It would be just his 2nd of the year. Twins need to cut into the lead here, get some runs back. 5 innings worth of at-bats left. That's a foul ball.
Again, Laffey just making his 5th start. Started the season in the bullpen, then sent down to AAA to extend his arm out. He made 4 minor league starts before getting recalled when David Huff was sent down to AAA. He had lost his starting rotation. That opened up an opportunity for Huff to get some starts.
And Hudson with another good at bat and a sharp single to right to start the 5th inning. Nothing would get this crowd into the game quicker than for the Twins to come back with a 2 or 3 run inning in the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, Hudson getting a base hit right there, extending his hitting streak to 8 games.
Mauer with a single and 2 trips. Laffey's been feeding him a lot of breaking balls on or near the inside corner. Down and in, ball 1.
Yeah, Laffey making his 5th start this year, his 49th career start. He has 17 major league wins, 4 of them against the Twins. 4 and 2 against the Twins in his career.
A bell tie strike. 1-1. Another breaking ball, and Joe missed it.
Yeah, he missed his pitch right there. That's a ball that Joe, you're going to see him, that's a ball he should have hit out of the ballpark right there, and I think he knows it. Watch this breaking ball right here. I said Laffey's going to hang one of these, and Joe just got underneath it. Again, one of the hardest things to do is hit a round ball with a round bat. Isn't that right, Bryce Smalley?
Guy, it absolutely is. He was sitting all over that pitch. I could tell by the way he took the fastball before, not even offering at it, that he was looking for breaking ball there, and he got it and just missed it. Not that easy to do. You're right. Hit a round ball with a round bat on an arc that's around and on that breaking ball,
and hit it solid,
and then hit it squarely. I really think this inning is important for the Twins. The two of you started to allude to it, not only getting the crowd back in it, but it's a big difference at the end of the 5 if you're 3 or 4 runs down than 6. And to come right back, if they can grind out a couple runs here, it would be big for the game. The rest of the game.
Get Laffey out of the ball game. Make them use their bullpen because there's still 2 games left, tomorrow night and then Wednesday afternoon.
And Mauer got another breaking ball that he spun foul.
Laffey may be taking himself out of this ballgame. He's got 90 pitches already, trying to get the first out here in the 5th inning.
Another 1-2 to Mauer. And now 2-2. But now even pitching with a 6-run lead, Laffey's being very deliberate out there.
You're not going to change the way that you pitch the first 4 innings because you have a 6-run lead.
That's just wishful thinking on my part.
He's a nibbler, He's got to nibble around and, start that breaking ball at left-handed hitters.
And Mauer lines it to left. Caught by Crow. So 1 away. And that'll bring up Kadire. This looks to be a matchup that would heavily favor Michael Kadire. You have a soft tossing left-hander. Michael with great power and the ability to pull the ball, yet so far the first 2 rounds have gone to Laffey. And we saw Kadire in his last at bat, I believe it was 2-0, and he got a pitch maybe in his first at bat. And he got a favorable count and was ready to really pounce on one and pulled it foul. Called strike, 1-1.
Just changed speeds right there. Just an 80-mile-an-hour changeup down in the strike zone. Kadire coming into this ball game against Laffey, 7 hits and 18 at bats with a home run, a .389 batting average. See if he can get his pitch right here and hit it sharply somewhere.
Seems like for most of July and in most of June, too, everybody the Twins faced was throwing 94, 95. Now 3 starts in a row: Burley, Garcia, and this guy. There's a drive to left. And retreating is the left fielder Crow. He makes the catch, out number 2. So Kadire retired for the second out. Here's Jason Kubel. AT&T trivia: who are the 4 former Twins first-round draft picks in uniform today? We talked about one of the other ones.
Okay.
Former Twins.
So it can't be down the
no,
because he was, with
right. But former
the
Twins first-round draft picks. We mentioned Tim Belcher. So there's one right there too, along with Mauer. So there's half of it. And Michael Kadire was a first-round draft pick. I think.
Bernard Span. No, I believe he was number 2.
1-0 to Jason Kubel.
Bernard Span was.
And a foul ball. 1-1. Twins got a single from Hudson to start the inning, but then the 3 and 4 hitters were retired. Twins need a jolt to get this crowd riled up here. And Laffey, of course, 1 out away from qualifying for a win.
Yeah, Jason Kubel, he was a number 12 round draft pick by the Twins back in 2000. There you go.
I'm telling you, he's not going to hit 25, 30 home runs perhaps, but I'm not so sure he's not going to have another 300 season.
He hit an even 300 last year with 28 home runs and drove in 103 runs. So they'll take, the 300 average and then give me the 103 RBIs too. Good swing right there. Kubel waiting back nicely and hitting it right up the middle.
Well, now Delman Young, who nearly hit a home run to tie the game in the 4th, comes up with a chance to cut the Cleveland lead in half. Young hit a wicked line drive caught by Michael Brantley in the 2nd inning. And then in the 4th, right after Kubel doubled, he hit a fly ball to left. And Crow had in his glove, lost it, picked it up again. A review was made. It was not a home run. And Young given credit for a single. Chopper left side. And the inning ends. A couple of hits for the Twins. Both singles are left aboard, but still 7-1.
Taking on the Twins tomorrow. Coverage begins at 6:30 p.m. It'll be partly cloudy in Minneapolis tomorrow with a first pitch temperature of 78 degrees.
And pleasant summer conditions here tonight. Just an unpleasant line score so far.
Well, Jeff Manship coming into the ball game. I think Ron Gardenhire, Rick Anderson wanted him to start an inning, and he's going to get a chance to get some innings here tonight. The numbers on Manship, 1 start, coming earlier this year when Nick Blackburn left for a family emergency.
And as the Twins look forward to the day, whenever it comes, where they'll back down from 13 to 12 pitchers, an opportunity for Manship to prove his worth here, given the state of affairs in the Twins rotation, whether it's Dunsing in and somebody out. The Twins have gotten far too many short starts. And through it all, they've never really had that guy groomed to go 4 or 5 innings other than when Manship has been here. Remember, Manship did just that in that Saturday game in Philadelphia when the Twins had their 5-run comeback on the 9th and won the ball game. Kelly Duncan, the hitter. Austin Kearns, we're told, left the ball game with a sore right knee. It's a drive to left off the bat of Duncan. Young makes a nice reaching catch on the edge of the warning track, 1 away.
Yeah, breaking ball left up right there, and Shelley Duncan gave it a ride, but Delman Young went back to the wall and leaped at the last second, made a nice catch. Delman going back, getting turned around, and then making that nice catch, the grab right at the last second, reaching up, getting that ball in his glove.
So 1 down, and Travis Hafner will hit. And Manship delivers strike 1. So this not unlike the game in Philadelphia on that steamy summer afternoon where Manship came in relief of Kevin Slowey. And the Twins staged another improbable comeback, getting 5 in the 9th.
Yeah, Manship's start this year came actually against the Indians back on May 1st. He pitched 6 very good innings, gave up only 2 runs. Twins ended up losing that ball game 5-4 in 11 innings.
Manship covers, and Hafner retired, 2 away. A trivia answer involving former Twin #1 draft picks, Mr. Mauer, one of them.
Yeah, Denard Span. Mentioned him. You said Tim Belcher.
Right.
And the other one you mentioned, Michael Kadire. Ding, 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 ding.
Well, we got 1 right and 3 carryovers for the rest of July when we need them. 2 down, and here's Johnny Peralta. In the top of the 11th in Detroit now, still tied at 6. And the Mariners have a 1-0 lead on Chicago in the 2nd. And Peralta drills it to left. Young going back again. Makes another catch.
Yeah, I don't understand. Why don't left fielders just start right there?
They did when you pitched.
I know. They didn't have to move as much. two pretty good center fielders in this game here. To Brentley making a nice catch right there off the bat of Delman Young. Then a couple innings later, it was Denard Span who made a nice running catch off the bat of Travis Hafner. So both center fielders can cover some ground.
The Coors Light freeze cam. And here's Jim Thome to lead off the Twins' 6th against the New Cleveland pitcher.
Yeah, Jensen Lewis coming out of the bullpen. Aaron Laffey worked the first 5 innings. He threw 100 pitches, but in line to pick up a win. It would be his 2nd of the year. Lewis, a hard-throwing right-hander, been up and down this year. Started the season with the Indians, been optioned out a couple times at AAA. Just recalled just a couple days ago.
Outside the ball, 1-1. Again, the Cleveland bullpen took care of matters in the Detroit series, shutting the Tigers out in 4 games. That's high and deep to right, and they won't have to review that one. Jim Thome's 11th of the year, leading off the 6th, and it's 7-2.
And for Jim Thome, of course, moving up that ladder, 10th on the all-time home run list. That home run number 575, a fastball. And I think Lewis knew it. And of course, Thome knew it. We got it all.
Kerwin Danley knew it. All right, so the Twins get one back so far here in the 6th, and that'll bring up Valencia. And Valencia takes a strike.
There's a list right there. Of course, Jim Thome, when he hit the 2 home runs against the Rays, tied Harmon and then moved ahead. Now a couple ahead of Harmon. And now behind Mark McGwire. One strong man right there, Jim Thome.
0-2 to Valencia. Fly ball to right and a walk so far. And protecting the plate, flips it foul.
That home run allowed by Lewis, his first of the year. In 23 innings pitched.
Another foul off the very end of Valencia's bat.
Yeah, Lewis with a fastball in the low 90s, hard slider and a changeup. In his 4th season with the Indians. Played his college ball out of Vanderbilt University.
One and 2. Twins trying to get an inning put together with the bottom third of the lineup. Thome's homered. Now Valencia pokes it down the right field line, but Duncan was playing him that way, and Valencia is retired for the first out. So Valencia found himself behind 0-2, fouled a couple off, and then reached across the plate to send one down the line. And that'll bring up Hardy. Hardy walked in the 3rd. And then the Twins had a chance to tie it up in the 4th. It was just a 2-1 ball game. And with the middle infield back, Hardy hit a one-hopper to the first baseman Laporta. Twins didn't score in that at bat. Then Span tried to bunt his way aboard, was retired, and the rally fizzled. 1-1.
Good changeup right there.
One and 2 to Hardy. Twins have been out hit 13-6 in Indians got 7 hits and 5 runs in 1 inning. Hardy pops it into the seats.
Well, Twins need one of those innings. Get back in this ball game.
Well, they ought to be able to carry over from the 9th inning yesterday.
Yep.
There never was an out.
You know what's so nice about that win yesterday is that's exactly right. I mean, that kind of filters into other games.
Towering fly ball to left. And Trevor Crow with the squeeze. Out number 2. Right now on FoxSportsNorth.com, you can check out enhanced viewing content. Twins players and their wives worked with cheerful givers to provide toy-filled birthday gift bags to food shelves and shelters so that parents living in poverty can give their child a birthday gift. You can listen in on Ron Gardenhire's pregame press conference by clicking on the Twins tab. Hear from Joe Nathan on tossing the baseball around today after his Tommy John surgery. And with the trade deadline 2 weeks away, check out the insights of Roy Smalley on the next step for the Twins rotation and a poll on who you think the Twins should try to acquire. Go to FoxSportsNorth.com, click on the Twins tab. 1-0 to Span. Two. Span hitless, trying to reach on a bunt with 2 in scoring position and 2 out in the 4th. You didn't like Crow's bunt in the 5th inning or in the 4th inning.
Yeah.
What did you think of Span's bunt in the 4th?
I didn't like it. He had a chance to pick up a couple RBIs right there.
And now 3-0.
When Span did that, it was still a 2-1 ball game. But, I mean, he gets a base hit right there. It's maybe maybe a 3-2 lead. But Span draws a walk right there. First walk by Lewis, the 4th Twin to take a walk.
Hudson with a walk and a single in his last 2 at bats. He'll hit here as a left-handed batter against Lewis. And here comes a part of our trivia question answer to the mound. Tim Belcher.
I looked it up. Belcher won 146 ball games at the major league level. Pretty much even, too, in the American League and National League. Spent a lot of time with the Kansas City Royals. Came up with the Dodgers.
With the Mariners, I think, for a while, wasn't it?
Yeah. '72 American League wins, 74 National League wins for Tim Belcher. Dodgers, the Reds, the White Sox, the Tigers, the Mariners, Kansas City, the Angels.
They didn't throw one pitch for the Twins, even though they drafted him number 1 in 1983, I believe.
Yep, 1983.
Tony Sipp warming up in the Cleveland bullpen. We're less concerned about Hudson here, but with Power and Kubel hitting soon after Hudson, they want to make sure that they've got their backside covered here in the case the inning continues. The Twins know all about how things can get stretched out in an inning when the Indians ended up with 5 2-out hits, 2-out singles to open up the game. 1-0 to Hudson. One and one.
There's a rally hat.
In the 6th inning already. And that's over for strike 2.
Well, when you're down by 5 runs, you need that rally as quick as possible. Some good 2-out hitting right here.
Speed at first with Span aboard. Can't imagine the Twins would be too eager to send him here with a 5-run deficit, but nevertheless he's gotten a couple of throws over there. Off the outside corner, and it's 2-2. watching the replay of the 9th inning rally last night. The bat for Hudson, the plate appearance, the 10-pitch walk set everything else up. If he doesn't reach to start the inning, you've got one of the best closers and one of the hottest closers, and Bobby Jenks out there, he might not have gotten anything going.
Yeah, I mean, a great at bat, and then Joe Mauer followed, with the walk, and you kind of sensed something was good was going to happen. Kubel got the RBI base hit. 3 runs later, the Twins ended up winning the ball game.
2-2, Orlando Hudson. And now 3-2. And so often players who come to a team like Hudson, and fans tend to look at the larger picture, and they should. Hudson hitting a .283 coming into the game. He's given the Twins some solid defense, but the real value for a veteran player like Hudson sometimes comes over the course of a year in just a handful of plate appearances.
Span's going to get a good jump right here.
And Hudson
cracks
into the gap.
There you go.
Span around second on his way to third. He's coming in, and Hudson will go to second with an RBI double, and it's 7-3.
That's why that 2-2 pitch is so important. You need the hitter to do something on that 2-2 pitch, and Lewis left the pitch up. 3-2. Span taking off. He's got a good lead. Laporta not holding him on. So this ball in the gap right here, where if it's a 2-2 pitch, Span may be held at third base, but instead, Hudson picking up a double, his 15th of the year, driving in his 26th run.
Twins didn't get much relief help when they first went to the bullpen, and neither did the Cleveland Indians. Please call 800-33-TWINS, and we should mention this as well. With Tony Sipp finishing his warm-up pauses on just about every schedule published out there. We are not televising Wednesday. That game's been added, so we are televising the series and homestand finale on Wednesday.
Hey, happy birthday, 80th birthday to you, young lady. And Tony Sipp coming into the ball game, making his 40th relief appearance. 32 and a third innings in the 39 appearances, 24 walks, 1 intentional with 35 strikeouts. Hard-throwing left-hander.
And Mauer has 4 hits and 6 at-bats against him, including a double and a home run. Twins have gotten a couple back here in the bottom of the 6th. Big swing and a miss.
That's the hard slider right there. A fastball in the upper 80s, lower 90s. Sipp in his second season with the Indians.
In over a year and a half now, he's been really tough on Justin Morneau and Jason Kubel, but Mauer's had great success against him. He's been asked to get those three lefties out a lot. Bernard Span 0 for 5 against him. And Santana with another nice block. 1-1.
Zip, not a big man, 6 foot tall, about 180. Making comparison before Tommy Hall, the Blade. Get that fastball in the low 90s.
1-1 to Mauer. And bounced foul. It's 1-2.
Tommy Hall, if you don't know, he's a former Twin reliever starter back in the 70s.
He went back and forth a lot, didn't he? He was starting, relieving, starting, relieving.
Spot starter. Did a good job. Had a great arm. And last I heard, Tommy John was living in Riverside, California as a post.
Tommy Hall.
Tommy Hall.
Right.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Tommy Hall.
1-2 to Mauer. Twins getting back in the game here with a pair of runs so far in the 6th. A very delayed call by C.B. Buckner. And Mauer looks over his right shoulder, and Buckner ends the inning with a called third strike of Mauer. Called out by C.B. Buckner.
Well, it was a hesitation type call, too. I mean, look at this breaking ball right here. And
yeah, it looks...
yeah, Joe right there said it's up.
Fox Track said it was a strike.
Hey, who are you going to believe, Fox Track or Joe Mauer? Come on, that ball was up.
And Jeff Manship gives up a first pitch single now to Matt Laporta. So the Twins have gotten a couple, and they absolutely, positively need Manship to hang a couple of zeros up here. It'll be tough enough to come back from 4 more runs down. You don't want to give any more back.
Yeah, Laporta picking up his second hit of the ball game, and for the Indians, their 14th. First hit off of Manship, who retired the Indians in the 6th inning. 1, 2, 3.
Let's see if they can get Trevor Crow out. He's got 3 hits, an RBI, a run scored. They're in the top of the 12th in Detroit, tied at 6. Manship trying to keep his team's head above water here through the middle innings and now into the 7th. Missing again. It's 2-0. White Sox have tied up the Mariners 1-1, bottom of 3. Daniel Hudson making a potential make or break start for the White Sox in that game. That hits the corner, 2-1.
Yeah, Manship, 25 years old, second season with the Twins. He came up last year, appeared in 11 ball games, made 5 starts. With his major league debut against the Cleveland Indians here at the Metrodome.
Runner goes, and the pitch popped up into right field. Laporta's going to have to hustle to get back. And he does. Nice running catch by Kubel. That ball in the air a long time down the right field line, one away. Mountain Dew game summary.
On the second inning, off of Scott Baker, Crow hitting his ball in the gap. That scored a run. J.J. Hardy made a very nice play in the 5th inning. The Indians sent 10 men to the plate, got 7 hits. Alex Burnett coming in. He faced only 2 batters. Both of them got hits. Ron Mayhay needed to come in to get that final out.
Jason Donald, the number 9 hitter, has been giving the Indians some productive at-bats. Drove in a run with a ground ball in the 2nd. Reached on a Valencia error in the 4th, but then drove in a run with a single and scored in the 5-run 5th.
Curveball right there.
Strike 2.
Manship down in AAA. Made 15 starts. 3 wins, 5 losses. ERA at 5.11. He worked 81 innings down at Rochester. 20 walks, 63 strikeouts.
Just off the edge, and it's 1-2. Couple of extra inning games in the American League. Toronto and Kansas City tied at 4 in the 10th. And we can give you the Texas-Detroit score. That's the center. Span has it measured out, number 2. Well, Manship had a quick 6th inning. Got a couple of deep fly ball outs and a couple of fly ball outs again here in the 7th. Would you classify him as a fly ball pitcher?
Yeah, I would. He does have a sinking fastball. He'll get some ground ball outs, but that curveball right there left up a little bit. I'd say he's more of a fly ball pitcher. So far, 4 of the outs have come on fly ball outs.
Here's Michael Brantley, an RBI single his last time up in the 5th inning.
See, he's a guy that needs to stay down in the strike zone. See if the drill starts him off with that sinker like that right there. Get the ground ball. Very good pitch.
Lead off single. No damage done. It's still 7-3. Stay tuned for the 7th inning stretch brought to you by Medica. I told you we've got a waxing moon.
I don't know if it's waxing, but it's getting fuller.
I'm hoping that's what that means. A waning moon is one that gets smaller, I think. Well, the Twins got a couple in the 6th. We'll see if they can keep going at it here in the 7th.
Tony Sipp starting the 7th inning. He ended up striking out Joe Mauer to end the 6th inning.
And Kadair, who was held in check by soft-tossing lefty Aaron Laffey, now will try his luck against a harder thrower in Tony Sipp. Inside, 1-1. Kadair, Kubel, Young, Thome, the Twins lining up their lineup, starting with Mauer, left, right, left, right, left. Down low, 2-1. Sticks one on the outside corner to even the count.
Quick fastball right there, down and away. Tony Sipp went through that Tommy John surgery back in 2007. Missed the whole year.
Missing with another fastball to fill the count. And again, the best news today around the injury front for the Twins, Joe Nathan picked up a baseball and threw it for the first time since suffering his elbow injury. And Kadair draws a walk. So the leadoff man is on here in the 7th.
And going back to Joe Nathan, he's picking up that first baseball and throwing it since the Tommy John. And I recall my elbow surgery, also my shoulder surgery. When you pick up that ball for the first time, you feel like you're playing catch with your dad again. You just feel like a little leaguer. Right. Just kind of tossing that ball and just seeing how it feels. And what I saw from Joe Nathan, he had good extension. He seemed to be very pleased with the results.
Strike one to Kubel. I was surprised in watching Joe throw that there was as much arm speed or as much whip in his delivery. I thought it would be just a real light, lob toss just to get some of the muscles working again. But he's
kind of like the fantasy campers throw.
That's right, especially on Wednesday. By Wednesday and beyond. One strike to Kubel. And again, Kubel and Morneau and Span are really struggling against Sipp so far. Jason Kubel's faced him 5 times. He has 1 hit with a couple of strikeouts.
That's a nasty slider right there. He threw to Kubel. But go back to Joe. I think, what he wants to make sure is he's stretching out those muscles now to throw the baseball. He's been doing so much lifting to try to build them up. And Kubel throws him right there, and Sipp picks up his 2nd strikeout. Both of them called 3rd strikes.
Got Mauer with a breaking ball. That just looked like a fastball, and Jason wasn't looking for it.
Oh, that's that hard little cutter, hard to slider.
Well, here's Delman Young. A near home run that went for a single that did not advance the runner at second base, Jason Kubel. 1 for 3 on the night. An average of 309. Chase back. So we got a couple in the 6th in position to cut the Cleveland lead in half here. If Young can deliver a long ball. Oh, 2.
We've got a really tight break on that slider. I think that's the hardest thing probably as a hitter, Dick, is to see when you have a tight slider like that, because the fastball and the slider have that same type of spin, and then the bottom just falls out of it.
Young cracks one to left, and that's down for a hit on an 0-2 pitch. He fires one toward the gap. Young trying for second, and seeing that the ball was thrown, delivered off target. That's a very heads-up play by Delman Young, who saw that the throw was way offline.
How that becomes that type of play is because when he hit the ball, he hustled down that first baseline, and when he rounded first, he followed that ball. Throw had to go to his left, spun around, and then the throw toward the right field side. And of course, Delman Young seeing that right there. Okay, that throw off, I can make it to second, and he does safely. A nice base running by Delman Young. He'll be credited with a double. And runners at second and third, and one out.
Time for the Coors Light cold hard blast, and with that we'll go back to Jim Thomey's last at bat.
Well, that coming off of Jensen Lewis, he got a fastball. And see you later.
Here the Twins would dearly love to get an opposite field single, anything, to get a couple runs in here. Outside a ball. The inning started with a walk. Young on an 0-2 pitch ends up with a double. He's already walked once and homered once. See any activity. Well, there's a right-hander warming up down in the Cleveland bullpen.
One thing that I'm sure as a hitter, you look at Tony Sipp, and he throws that ball hard, but everything is hard. Hard fastball, hard slider.
Just Todd warming up, just called up. And fouled away, 2-1. Bottom of the 12th in Detroit, still tied at 6. Now in the middle of strike. Santana was set up even off the plate, and Sipp delivered it right down the heart of the plate at the knees.
Tommy may be looking for something else. See where Santana's setting up, and good pitch down.
2-2 to Tommy. That's a fair ball, and Tommy is thrown out. Santana very quickly coming out of the catcher's box and picking that ball up right on the baseline. And Tommy wondering what happened there. He's heading back to the dugout after grounding out.
Well, watch, it looks right off the end of the bat, and the ball spinning right there, and Santana alertly grabbed it and then got the out at first base. So nice reaction by the young catcher.
Well, a great chance for the Twins here in the 7th, but now it'll be left to Valencia to come through. 0 for 2. And here comes Tim Belcher. And Santana, too, will go to the mound. So a big at bat here suddenly for Danny Valencia, who's flown out twice to right and walked.
He's usually good for a hit a ball game, and right now he's 0 for 2 with a walk. So it'll be a good time to get that hit. In his first season as manager of the Cleveland Indians. Also managed the Washington Nationals for about 2.5 seasons.
Valencia with 4 runs batted in and a chance to pick up a couple more here if he can get a hit to the outfield. Blocked by Santana, who saw pass ball earlier, bringing a run back in the 4th inning.
And he smothered that slider right there. Dyer at third, Young at second.
It's a breaking ball over.
2 straight breaking balls.
One and one to the Twins' third baseman. Out in front of a slower breaking ball.
You wonder if Tim Belcher went out there and said, you know, hey, this guy's a pretty good fastball hitter. Let's just feed him breaking balls. Gets 3 straight breaking balls from Tony Sipp. See Belcher looking at the lineup card. You go over the hitters, you know, before a ball game, but Belcher probably just reminding Sipp what type of hitter. And your scouting report on Danny Valencia.
High fly, short left field, and the shortstop, Donald, out to end the inning. So a walk and a double, but the Twins end up coming up empty in the 7th. McDonald's. Treat yourself to a caramel or mocha ice blended frappe. McDonald's. I'm loving it. Buy Toyota. There are many reasons to buy a Toyota, and now's the perfect time to get yours during Toyota's national clearance event. And by Quest High-Speed Internet. Get blazing fast speeds that won't burn up your wallet. Jose Majares comes out of the bullpen to pitch for the first time since the All-Star break.
Making his 26th relief appearance. Very good ERA for Jose Majares. 18 2/3 innings, 14 strikeouts.
Jason Nix, first man he'll face here in the 8th, and the first pitch fouled back. They're in the top of the 13th now in Detroit, still tied at 6. 1-1 bottom of the 4th in Seattle between the Mariners and the White Sox. Nix, Santana, and Duncan to face Majares here in the 8th inning. Nice job by Jeff Manship. He, on a night when there hadn't been much efficiency on the mound for the Twins, he gave the Twins some.
Yeah, 2 good shutout innings. He allowed just 1 hit, no walks, no strikeouts.
And with the rumored apparent move of Brian Dunston to the starting rotation, suddenly a little bit bigger spotlight put on Jose Majares here. Instead of having 3 left-handed relievers, Twins would, under that scenario, have 2. The veteran Mayhay And Maharis, who would be the late inning guy, has to pitch frequently in the 7th and 8th inning.
And get a tough out here or there. Tough left-handed hitter out.
It would seem that Dunsing is headed to the rotation. It's just a question of which spot he would take over in the rotation. Is it Blackburn's spot? Is it Baker's if his elbow isn't 100%? What about Kevin Slowey?
Slowey's pitching tomorrow, so we'll see how that fares.
The only two locks in the rotation, I think, right now, pending the health of Baker, are Liriano and Pavano. 2-2 to Jason Nix. And now full count.
Got 2 quick strikes, and then he started nibbling a little bit and ran the count to 3-2.
As exasperating as that is, we've seen that from Maharis countless times.
Yeah.
He does that an awful lot.
Yeah.
High fly, short center. Span comes in. Have you taken it for granted yet, the fact that we can see balls like that all the way? I haven't. Every time a ball goes up in the air, I'm grinning from ear to ear because we can actually see the ball. In the other stadium, we could not. 1 down.
And it is a beautiful ballpark here, Target Field.
And the thing that I think we all need to remember, it will be as beautiful 20 years from now as it is tonight. They did it right. You and I, on the other hand, will look considerably different 20 years from now.
Let's hope I'm here.
I think the ballpark will look remarkably the same. Valencia lays back for the second hop. And a better throw this time, out number 2. Earlier throwing error by Valencia, his first as a big leaguer.
Yeah, he's done a great job down there. And you know what? That error didn't hurt either. Baker was finally able to get out of that inning in the 4th inning.
Here's Shelley Duncan, entered the game after the first couple innings when Austin Kearns left with a sore knee.
Shelley Duncan, of course, the son of former Major League catcher, now the pitching coach, Dave Duncan, for the St. Louis Cardinals.
How many different catchers did you have in your career? He was one of them, wasn't he?
No, he was my coach, actually.
Oh, is that right?
Bullpen coach in Cleveland when I was there. No, I had never had the opportunity to throw to his dad. But Shelley Duncan, there's Chris Duncan. He's now in the Washington Nationals AAA affiliate. But the 2 big kids. Shelley Duncan at 6'5", about 215. And saw him when he was with the Yankees in 2007, the last year, up and down. Started the season in AAA, Columbus. Got called up on May 19th.
And he stung the ball 3 times here in the ball game. Young will fire it out of the corner, trying to get him at second base, and the throw a little offline. Hudson tried to quickly catch it and retreat to the bag for a tag, but Young's throw a little offline, and it's a 2-out double.
That's good hustle right there by the big guy right there. I mean, you know, the ball hit to Delman Young's right. Delman hustled to get over there, but with 2 outs, you try to get in the scoring position. So a good stretch double right there. I mean, he's 6'5", and you can see him hit it down that line, and he's giving it all he's got right there. I'm going for 2. The throw offline a little bit, and he slides in safely.
You know what you could see him do, and good base runners seem to do it. You round the bag before you get there. So you've got the shorter distance between first and second. You're only running 90 feet between the base you've come from till you get to the base you're going to, rather than hitting the bag and then rounding.
And you got your first base coach, that being Sandy Alomar Jr. You know, on a play like that, you really don't need to hear him say go. You know, I mean, you pretty much have made up his. I think he made up his mind once he saw where he hit that ball. And I have to make it to second. There's Sandy Alomar Jr.
I'll bet you he's going to be a manager someday, maybe even with the Cleveland Indians. Been a great role model, certainly, but just a great presence in the clubhouse when he was a player. I'm sure that's true when he got into the coaching ranks as well. 1-1 to Travis Hafner. Breaking ball missing, and it's 2-1.
Oh, looked like a pretty good pitch right there. Hafner a base hit in the second inning. He scored the first run for the Indians.
That's to left center field, and Young won't get it. It'll run the gap. It'll be another Cleveland run. A pair of 2-out doubles, and Hafner drives in a run, and the lead grows to 8-3.
Hafner with his 15th double of the year, his second hit driving in a run. That's his 31st RBI of the year. Taking that fastball the other way. Biggest thing for Hafner, they've got to try to keep him healthy for a couple more years on his contract.
And that'll bring up Peralta.
And that's where the hustle of Duncan got into second base to allow Hafner to get that RBI.
And a strike to Peralta. One and one. A long night at the ballpark. Made even longer with the fact that the Indians have 16 hits tonight. And another strike in the outside corner.
And that just means it's a long night for the defensive players to be standing out there behind the pitching.
Twins won a ball game yesterday, but they gave up 16 hits yesterday too. And a couple of doubles here with 2 outs in the 8th has made it a 5-run lead. Twins have just 8 hits. There's a high fly to right to end the inning. Indians get one in the top of the 8th and now lead by 5.
We have coming your way live from Target Field. Anthony LaPanta and Roy Smalley. It's Quest Twins Live, featuring the Toyota postgame. Right, we'll break down Scott Baker's night. Now off to his best start here in the second half of 2010, but he's been traditionally strong through the years. Hopefully this one gets past him real quick. Executing the double plays are instructional on the field tonight. We'll hear from that man, Ron Gardner. You will not miss what he has to say following this ball game tonight, immediately following last pitch on Quest Twins Live. Dick?
Thanks, Robbie. J.J. Hardy leading it off against Frank Herman, coming out of the Cleveland bullpen to pitch to the Twins in the 8th.
Yeah, Herman with a good sinking fastball, tight curveball, and a changeup in his rookie season. He started the year in AAA. Columbus, got called up on June 4th. Herman, 26 years old. Originally signed by the Indians back in 2005.
All the numbers good for Herman. You can see where the change has occurred in terms of personnel and in effectiveness for this Cleveland pitching staff. Well, Laffey he didn't blow anybody away, but he got through 5 innings and left with the lead. The bullpen's been pretty effective. This one heading back our way.
Why'd you jump? It's way below us.
I wasn't jumping. I was trying to protect you.
I'm under the table.
We haven't had one here. Here we got this wide open booth up here, and we're more than halfway through the home schedule. We haven't had one up here yet.
Not yet.
2-2. And Hardy pops
there we go.
Back.
Come on, catch it.
Oh.
Nice try.
We're right here. And we can't get a foul ball in there.
And I'm going underneath here.
2-2. J.J. Hardy. Hey, that one driven to right. And that's trapped. It's a base hit for Hardy. Good job by Duncan corralling it and trying to sell the catch, but it's a leadoff hit here in the 8th.
Good job by the second base umpire, too, the crew chief here, Dana Demuth, because he ran out there to make sure. Duncan almost made a great catch right here, but you can see the little short hop. And Dana Demuth will watch him right there, keeping his eye on the ball, and then the trap right there. But a good effort by Shelley Duncan. And Hardy gets his first hit of the ball game.
Here's Denard Span. And he drives one the other way. And that'll be down for a hit. All right, here we go. Instead of waiting until the 9th inning, the Twins have a rally started in the 8th.
Yeah, Span picking up his first hit of the ball game.
First and second, nobody out for Hudson.
Jumping on that first fastball left up and just slicing it down that left field line. Crow getting it back in quickly.
Hudson's reached his last 3 times up, a walk, a single, and an RBI double. Strike on the outside corner.
Now Herman, 26 years old, attended Harvard University. Majored with an economics degree from Harvard. What's he doing playing baseball? Way too smart.
Craig Breslow went to Yale.
Yale.
And you get those two guys pitching against each other, and everybody at the ballpark's got to feel pretty stupid. I know I would. Here's Rafael Perez warming up. And it's 1-1 to Orlando Hudson. Inside 2-1.
Herman showing pretty good control. Only 3 walks in 18 innings with 12 strikeouts. Hudson swinging at a pitch up.
2-2. This is the 6th straight inning where the Twins have had the leadoff man on. And yet they've scored just 3 runs. Just outside, 3-2.
Good take right there by Hudson.
Fisted foul. Twins got a Leadoff walk in the third, but didn't score. Leadoff double in the fourth, scored. Leadoff single in the fifth by Hudson, didn't score. Leadoff home run by Tomey in the sixth. Leadoff walk in the seventh, and now Hardy with a leadoff single here in the eighth. Got him, came inside to get a swinging strikeout, one away. And that'll bring Mauer to the plate.
Now he went right inside. You see, Santana wanted the ball, just get it over, but the ball, good location down. So Herman picks up a big strikeout.
Mauer singled up the middle in the first, a fly ball to left, a line drive to left, and then he was called out on strikes by Tony Sipp to end the sixth with a man in scoring position. Strike on the inside corner. Missing inside. It's 1-1. We're going to have to play without Justin Morneau for at least a little while yet. Morneau will see a specialist tomorrow about his concussion symptoms. Mauer will not have Morneau hitting behind him. He'll have Kadire hitting behind him, hopefully here in the eighth inning with Mauer on base. 1-2. So many clutch hits in the last three games of the Chicago series, and they really haven't gotten that many clutch hits in this game. Looking for one here from Mauer. Could be a double play. And it ends the inning. So a pair of singles to start the inning, and then Herman pitches out of it. Well, the Twins ended up having a real good series and a fun series against the White Sox, even though they lost the opening game of that series. And unless the Twins can put together another remarkable comeback, looks like that's what's going to happen here. John Roush comes out of the Twins' pen to pitch to the Indians in the ninth.
Yeah, Roush just in his last outing just had a little bit of control problems. Hopefully he'll take care of that and do a better job here tonight. Roush 20 saves and 24 save opportunities for the Twins, making his 34th relief appearance.
And a strike. Yeah, the Twins have grown accustomed to seeing Roush throw strikes. He couldn't do that in his outing against the White Sox in a non-save situation, and it got a little dicey towards the end, to the point where Jesse Crain came in what became a save situation and did a great job. That was on the Friday night game.
He walked 3 1/3 of an inning, did give up a couple hits too and a couple runs, but Crain picking up the save. Twins won that ball game 7-4.
2-2.
Good curveball right there.
Heading to the 14th inning, and Detroit tied at 6. Rangers and Tigers. Two and 2 to Laporta. And the foul ball headed back in our general direction.
Nice grab by that fan down there. Caught it in the air.
See, I know that's what would happen up here. Either you or I, one of us would catch it in the air.
I got enough line drives back up the middle. I'm running.
Two and 2 to Laporta. Fly ball right field. And Kubel with the catch. 1 away. It's one of those nights where if you're a kid, you're glad there's no school tomorrow because you get to come to the ballpark. You get to have a drink, point at all the interesting things here. And then,
look at that. Great shots right there.
One down in the ninth, and Trevor Crowe got a 3-hit game going. You know, in the Chicago series, the Twins kind of had a tough time with the bottom of the White Sox batting order, specifically Gordon Beckham. And now you look at the score sheet here, and here's Laporta with a couple of hits, Crowe with 3 hits. Jason Donald with an RBI single. Oh, off of Roush toward first, or towards the Twins dugout. It'll be a hit. Big John looks like he's all right. So the 4th hit now for Trevor Crowe.
Yeah, Crowe taking this pitch right back up the middle, and Roush kind of turning real quick. They got the left heel area and then deflected into foul territory. Might have been the right heel.
There's Jason Donald. Grounder through the hole. 18th hit for the Indians. No home runs. Just a couple of doubles and a whole bunch of singles.
Yeah, Donald getting his 2nd hit. The little kid's still awake. He's getting phone calls. Got your son on the air. He's hugging your head.
Here's Michael Brantley. 6th time that Brantley's come to the plate. Yeah, the Twins won a ball game yesterday, but they gave up 16 hits and now 18 hits tonight. And Roush starts Brantley with a strike. Hit number 19. And Roush has given up 3 singles after getting the first man out.
You know, when it's this time of the year, and it's late July, in the middle of July, going toward the end of July, you face teams like Cleveland. These guys, and we mentioned, a lot of young kids, they're trying to make a name for themselves. They come to the ballpark with a purpose, and, you know, as a veteran ball club like the Twins that are in the race, you don't take teams like this for granted. And, you know, tonight, the Indians just put a number on the Twins. 19 hits, 8 runs. Now they've loaded the bases here in the top of the 9th inning.
Well, it was another case, though, at least to this point, where, you know, the Twins starting pitching wasn't good enough. You give up 2 runs in the second, that's fine, but 5 runs in the fifth, that kind of can take the starch out of your collar. You know?
Yeah, and the way that Baker went about his business, too, he just kind of brought the crowd down. A lot of people leaving. We haven't seen this too often.
Here comes one right in here. Come on. Yes, we got one in here. All right. All right, and you didn't move. You did not move.
I gave it to the young man down there.
What kind of range is that?
Yeah, I was getting my water. I was thirsty. It went right over Mike.
Just reach over.
I might hurt myself. Dan Gladden's got his glove over there.
Yeah. Well, I'm just glad we got one up here in the booth.
Finally got one.
Not particularly proud of how we handled it up here, but we got our stats guy bailing on it. You showed absolutely no lateral movement whatsoever.
I just didn't want it to hit anything and ricochet.
1-2. Nice block by Mauer. You know, it's tough for everybody on the field, but just imagine Mauer. How many pitches do you think he's been asked to try to catch? A lot of them never got to him.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Not a fun night for the catcher. Are you kidding me? 20 hits. And 4 straight 1-out singles against John Roush.
And Nix picks up his 3rd hit of the ball game, his 2nd RBI of the ball game. And it's a 9-3 lead.
It's like sitting in your backyard and being stung by 20 mosquitoes.
Well, sometimes these are wake-up calls, and hopefully the Twins will look at tonight's play and come out tomorrow and be a little more aggressive, especially, again, the starting pitching. Kevin Slowey really needs to be sharp tomorrow.
Santana will hit. A couple of hits for the rookie catcher. All right, you look at this sequence of 4 hits. Roush has at least thrown strikes. Crow hit his ball solidly off the foot. And then we've had, what, a couple of seeing eye singles to left since then? And a little flare into short left. Guerrero warming up. Twins would love it if, of course, Roush could finish off the 9th inning here.
Well, you don't want him to throw too many pitches either. This will be his 19th pitch.
Popped up near the tarp and back into the seats. Texas got a 2-run home run from Nelson Cruz in the top of the 14th. They're leading the Tigers 8-6. Still batting in the top of the 14th.
Well, how about that Ranger Ball Club? This will be their 54th win if they're able to hold on. Came into the game a 4.5 game lead over the Angels.
Two and 2. Oakland at 500. They're still not out of it. But if Texas continues to play the way they've been playing, it'd be tough for anybody to catch them. Again, they've lost 11 straight games in Detroit. Here's a ball tattooed to center. Span with a catch on the gap. It'll be a sacrifice fly, scoring another run. Out number 2.
Santana getting an RBI, his first of the ball game, his 19th of the year. As Donald scores for the second time.
The Twins will, barring a miraculous comeback, lose the opener of this series, and then the focus will be on Kevin Slowey tomorrow and whether he can pitch well and preserve his spot in the rotation. Mauer blocked it, then nearly kicked it to the backstop. You know, and I think the frustrating thing, Bert, for Twins fans in watching Blackburn and Baker and Slowey, and even from time to time Liriano, the expectations aren't beyond what the pitchers have done in the past.
Right.
You know, I mean, the Twins aren't expecting Kevin Slowey to do anything more than what he's done, which is pitch effectively when he's healthy.
Yeah. You know, Kevin has 8 wins. He's 8-5 on the year. It's just that, you know, over his last 6 starts, he has really struggled.
That's to short center, and Span comes in to end the inning. A couple more runs for the Indians that they hope they won't need. Now they lead by 7.
Cleveland season high of 20 hits in a ball game. And Trevor Crowe has 4 of the 20 hits. Jim Thome did hit by home run number 575 earlier in the ball game. Jess Todd coming into the ball game, just getting called up from AAA. Pitched for the Indians a little bit last year, made 19 relief appearances, 0-1 with a 7.40 ERA.
Indians called up Genmar Perez, and he baffled the Tigers yesterday. Then they sent him back down. In fact, they handed him his plane ticket before he took the mound.
Yeah. Well, he pitched well, too. 7 very good innings. Well, beating the Tigers 7-4.
It sounds funny, but it really was the humane thing to do. The Indians, I think, by doing that, wanted to take the pressure off him and said, look, we just need somebody to start here. Here's your plane ticket. Just do the best you can. And he probably went out and relaxed and pitched well beyond his 22 years yesterday. Here's Kadire to start the Twins' ninth. A couple of walks, a couple of hits. Somebody jacks one. We're right back in this thing. And Kadire takes a strike. It'll be Kadire, Kubel, and Young. Hard to right field, and that's over the head of Duncan. Kadire digs for second, and he's aboard with a leadoff double. 7th inning in a row where the Twins have gotten their leadoff man on. And only twice has that leadoff runner scored.
Well, Kadire picking up his first hit of the ball game. His 22nd double. He got a pitch up and hammered it over the head of Duncan in right field. Duncan playing the carom, getting it back in.
Here's Kubel, called out on strikes his last time up, but has a pair of hits in the game. Just outside a ball. Down in the dirt.
Jess Todd is 23 years old, signed by the Cardinals. He came over in a Mark DeRosa trade back in July of last year, along with closer now, Chris Perez, since Kerry Wood is put on a disabled list.
Wood's latest injury is a blister on his pitching hand. It's a problem he never had as a starter, only as a reliever has he been battling blister problems.
Yeah, I read where it's on the index finger. Usually blisters are on that middle finger, you know, where all the friction comes from that baseball, but on the index finger.
2-1 to Kubel. 3-1. And I don't imagine there's anything that Jess Todd could do that would be worse than coming in here and not throwing strikes with a 7-run lead. White Sox have a 3-1 lead on Seattle. That game already in the top of the 7th. Towering ground to left center field. Crow under it for the catch. And Kadire will tag and go to third. One away. Jimmy John's delivery of the game from the Cleveland 8th place hitter.
Well, Trevor Crow got the offense going in that 2-run second inning with an RBI double, then a bunt single. I didn't like that one, but added an RBI single in the 5th, and then an infield base hit off of John Rout in the 9th. And there Crow right there off the bat of Delman Young. The ball definitely hit the wall for a single for Delman Young.
Young with a big rip at a breaking ball and a miss. 2 more hits tonight for Delman and a line out. Becoming a very dangerous man with a bat in his hand. One and one.
Well, good hustle by Kadire on that high, deep fly ball because he's now, 90 feet away. You get Delman Young another RBI right here. Still play the game no matter what the scoreboard says. Good hustle by Kadire.
One and two. I think Berkle, the biggest change I've noticed about Delman in situations like this, and we saw it in his at-bat in the 7th inning. With 2 strikes, he's a much better hitter. Meaning, so much a better hitter. It used to be he very often would strike out on 3 pitches, and he may strike out here.
Let's hope not.
But well, he was 0-2 in the 7th inning, and he ended up fighting off 1 pitch and then getting a double on the next one.
That's a pretty good pitch down and in that he ended up getting that double on. So he just looks like a guy that's on a mission, a mission to be as good as everybody thinks he's supposed to be and that he thinks he's supposed to be.
And there you go. Another
Boinker.
Yeah, another 2-out hit with 2 strikes, or 1-out hit, I should say. But it comes with 2 strikes, another RBI for Young, his 64th of the year.
And the hustle of Michael Kadaya right there gets Delman Young an RBI.
See, it's my contention 2 years ago, he strikes out on that pitch.
Hey, with runners in scoring position, leading the American League, came into today's play hitting .402. And he just added that to that.
Jason Repko hitting in Jim Thomey's spot. Thomey with a home run and a walk in 4 plate appearances. Texas beat Detroit 8-6. A long night for the Tigers tonight after that Saturday in Cleveland when they spent about 15 hours at the ballpark in a split doubleheader. And tonight a tidy little 5-hour, 14-inning game. 8-6 the final score. Rangers win the opener and they break an 11-game losing streak at Comerica Park. 1 strike to Repko. Ron Gardenhire talking at length about Repko's walk in the 9th inning yesterday. How Bobby Jenks was throwing him some pretty nasty pitches, and Repko, like someone who'd been in the game all game long, laid off some tough pitches to draw a key walk. In his only plate appearance of the game. 1-2.
Good take right there. Well, for 4 seasons, Repko was up and down with the Dodgers. Played in 230 National League games.
Two and two. Two and two to Repko, with Young at first and 1 away. Pop up. Getting back to the press box area again. There haven't many games where the fans have thinned out,
right?
As they have. The attendance has thinned out over the course of time, but it hasn't been a very well played game by the Twins. And a foul tip. Repko claiming that the ball was in the dirt, and I think that's how it was ruled by C.B. Buckner. Instead of strike 3, the foul pitch ruled in the dirt, so Repko's at bat still alive.
Oh, slider down.
Yep.
Good call.
Don't know how he knew that. 2-2 to Repko. And Repko drives it to left center field. Well, maybe fighting the lights a little bit. Trevor Crow makes the catch. Good at bat though for Repko, battling and ended up getting a line drive out. 2 away, and that'll bring up Danny Valencia. Valencia 0 for 3 with a walk. And you're right, he's usually good for a hit a game, so he should get one here.
Yep.
Ball 1. Jess Todd took the mound with a 7-run lead. He's thrown 20 pitches. Down the middle, a strike.
That's one thing I think what we've seen over the years with the Indians, their bullpen has just been in disarray. A lot of guys coming in and out. Jensen Lewis was, in the ball game earlier. He's been back and forth a couple times. Just don't have that steadiness out there that, say, the Twins have had. But it does give you opportunities for a young man like Jess Todd.
Some of that I wonder whether it's not related to the instability in the starting rotation, though, too. a fly to left center field, hanging in the air. And caught at the last instant by Brantley, with Crow and Brantley having a tough time out there at the end of the game. But the Indians, with 20 hits, 10 runs, 391 total pitches thrown in this game.
Hey, they're on a 5-game winning streak now.
And Anthony, the Indians do what the White Sox did. They won the opening game of the series.
And we'll preview the remainder of this series a bit later in the show. We'll show you how they got to Scott Baker during a 5-run inning that broke the game open. Roy Smalley will show you how the shortstop turned the double play. We have an update on Joe Nathan, and we'll hear from Gardy next on Quest Twins Live.